Everything that guy just says, bullshit.
Objection, Your Honor. This has nothing to do with the proceedings here.
Hey, everybody, welcome. Here we are. Welcome back. Long time no see for those of you that just transferred over here from my Maritime Monday stream. It's good to see you here. We have no audio yet at this point. I'm assuming that'll start happening anytime in the next few minutes. At least as far as I understand, there's no audio. All right. So what do we talk about? This thing has been an absolute shit show. And today may be the creme de la creme of the shit showiness of all of this. Transfer was boomered. No, why was the transfer boomered?
Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848.
I know I
have
didn't.
the appearances, please.
Morning, Judge Sue Upper, Leslie Basie, and Zach Wichello.
Now, if we need more audio on the court, let me know.
I'm here as a third-party intervener in that matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for value and return for value all of the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for the discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments and make a reservation of all my rights here this morning. All rights reserved.
All rights reserved. What are you, a fucking copyright, you dick?
The record
Oops.
reflect the individual known to
2
this
minutes
court
in and
as
I've already
Darrell
used a
Brooks
fuck
is present in person in custody. However, he is wearing street clothes, a suit and tie, and a mask.
For the record, I don't consent to being called that name.
It is noted. All right, Mr. Brooks, just preliminarily.
Now,
do you
the jury's going to come in
anticipate
30
calling
minutes from
any
now. This is all
witnesses
preliminary stuff.
For the record, I don't consent to being called that name. And what was the question?
Do you anticipate calling any witnesses today?
I don't believe today.
What? Today's the last day, you
We are
dick.
here for the continuation of testimony. The only witness that I'm aware of that's on your list that you added is your mother, Dawn Woods. So I would expect that if she's going to testify, she would be here. Otherwise, I will be going through the colloquy with you as to whether you intend to testify today or not.
Did you receive my ICS that I addressed to you?
Well, I haven't looked.
She hasn't even looked. That's how much she thinks of his shit. She hasn't even
Actually, I
looked
just
at it.
went to you and then one to the prosecution. Is the audio on?
Yes.
It is. The audio's on. Do you know when you sent those?
All right, hang tight here, guys. I got to run to the bathroom. I got to run and grab some drinks. I got to do it since I had no time to prepare for this. So give me a couple of minutes. Just don't give me deplatformed while I'm gone, please. That's all I ask. I'll see you in a second.
State receive anything through like the inter-office communication?
We have not, I just checked this morning to see if there's anything new. Nothing has been received at my office. And I should say the clerical that was assisting me went to the mailroom to double check. So not only has it not made its way to the DA's office, it hasn't even made its way over to the mailroom.
I can email the jail administrator to find out if there's anything in transit, if there's no objection from the parties, from the state,
No objection.
from you, sir.
No objection. I definitely want those documents received as they obtain important information.
You said you forwarded them to a staff member on Saturday.
Yes.
Do you know if that was morning, afternoon, or some other time?
Maybe afternoon.
And those are two ICF forms?
Yep, one addressed to you directly and one addressed to the district attorney's office.
I'm sending that. I will send it with high importance and we'll see what response I get. But I don't have anything. If you want to generally tell me the topic, we can cover it verbally.
The topic is pertaining to exculpatory evidence. Some things were learned, and once they came to my attention, I felt the need to immediately address the court about this information.
Right, what information make an offer of proof for me, sir?
The expert witness for the prosecution in regards to
Hey,
I believe
I'm still
it
here.
was
That's good.
inspecting the vehicle. Officer Ryan Schultz. Question was asked of did he know if there were any recalls on that vehicle, and I believe that a Brady claim should be visited because there were in fact recalls on that vehicle. In fact, there were recalls on the Ford Escape models from 2008 through.
He's finally got around to the "my car is broken" defense
in regards to the throttle body malfunctioning and causing the vehicles to accelerate and not being able to be stopped. There is a class action lawsuit where Ford company were sued because of this, and those vehicles models from the year 2008 through 2010 were recalled. And that is very important information in regards to the vehicle in question being
Not really.
a Ford Escape 2010.
Where's your expert? Where's your fucking
information is
expert?
Very easily obtained just by pulling it up, and you will see a class action lawsuit. Obviously, if it's a class action lawsuit, then it's pretty easy to.
So what's your request, sir?
Yeah.
My request is to find out if Officer Schultz knew, to find out if the prosecution knew that there was a recall on those vehicles.
Just because there's a recall doesn't mean there was a problem with your specific vehicle,
And
you dick. You mocha dick, for those of you that were in my last stream.
The fact that
that
these
sounded really
vehicles were
bad, didn't it?
recalled because of this malfunctioning throttle body
Oh my God.
for I believe it's counts 1 through 73 to be dismissed.
I don't think so. I
All
don't
right,
think
what's the
counts
response
1
from
through
Ms. Finney?
73 are getting dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Trooper Schultz testified during his examination, consistent with our research, there are no active recalls listed for the Ford Escape.
I know, right?
As Trooper Inspector Schultz noted during his testimony, that Ford listed an extended warranty for the throttle body on the Escape. The warranty was extended to 10 years of age and 150,000 miles. The Escape is more than 10 years old and has more than 150,000 miles. Also, he noted specifically in his report that he did not note any defect in the throttle body as previously described in this report. There was no recall in the throttle body. NHTSA did do an investigation
I'll recall her
into
throttle body.
allegedly defective Ford throttle bodies, which would have impacted this year. Basically, the electronic throttle body failures would have resulted in engine stall or surge while entering traffic from a stop position or while driving at highway speeds.
So literally the recall surrounds a sudden stoppage of the vehicle.
Schultz
Nice.
would testify that that does not prevent the brake from working. So if this had been activated on this car, which it was not, but if it had been, and this defendant would have pushed down on the brake, it would have stopped the car. Further, if this was a problem, there would have been the malfunction indicator lamp or the wrench light would have been illuminated, as Trooper Schultz or Inspector Schultz testified. when he started the vehicle and
So
checked
literally the recall dealt with the fact that the
indicator
car would
lights,
stop too
none of
quickly.
them were lit. Further, if there was this, he would have observed material buildup on the commutator. There was no such buildup observed. There were no problems with the throttle, electronic throttle body. That was part of his report. Therefore, this is, although there may have been some cars who had this problem, the car that the defendant was driving on this day did not have that problem. That was testified during the vehicle inspection. The defendant had the opportunity to cross-examine Inspector Schultz with regard to that. And again, in running the defendant's mom's VIN number through NHTSA, National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration, there are, for this particular VIN number, for this car that the defendant was driving, 0 unrepaired recalls. So it's a mood issue.
I don't believe it's a mood issue. And I actually have, the report should be in the mailroom as we speak. I had everything sent over priority mail, the actual information about the class action lawsuit, the actual information about the recalls for those models. Like I said, 2008 through 2010. Now, in all fairness, Your Honor,
All fairness.
that's why I was asking for a Brady claim on this. Seeing as how when vehicles are purchased from the manufacturer, they're still sold as is.
We'll get to the super chats and
No
other
way
things
to
as soon as we
know
get a break here.
that there's anything malfunctioning with the vehicle until it actually happens. And seeing this a class action lawsuit, no one would sue the Ford company if there weren't malfunctioning vehicles. There would be no class action lawsuit if these vehicles were not malfunctioning. And I believe with that, like I said, the information is easily obtainable. I should have the information in the mailroom right now that you can readily view this information about the class action lawsuit, about the recall. It wasn't just the 2010 model in question. It was 2008 through 2010. The information about the malfunctioning pertains strictly to the throttle body.
Let me address your claim, sir.
Ooh.
So, not trying to cut you off. I don't need the specifics about
Yes, you are
class
trying to cut him
action
off. It's okay.
because as it relates to this case, the fact that there's a class action would not mean there's a Brady violation by the state. In fact, you even indicate it was readily known and something you were able to find out. I'd further note that you had a full and fair opportunity to cross-examine the inspector regarding his mechanical inspection. It's not new information. And more importantly, as it relates to this particular vehicle, based upon the testimony of Inspector Schultz, it's speculative as to whether this vehicle would be impacted, number one, by the class action, and number two, any throttle body problems. Because again, there was a full inspection. That report was provided to you. He testified on direct examination about there being no active recalls. And more importantly, he testified about what impact
she hadn't checked her
the throttle
email.
body would have and what he would expect to see if there were any issues with it. I am aware that the ICF, I did receive an email. It's one page with what you said. I have to turn my head. I got to figure out how to flip it. So give me a second.
Okay. Just for the record, Your Honor.
Hold on. Let me finish my record. Okay.
Yeah, let her finish her record
turn
before you
so
finish
I
your
can
record.
read. It says Your ICF says the state's expert witness who did the inspection on the vehicle in this incident needs to be recalled no later than Wednesday. I just learned of some information that is extremely vital.
Pray
So,
do tell. What is that?
I understand the information that you're providing me, but again, you had a full and fair opportunity to cross-examine this witness. This information was apparently well known. I'd also note the vehicle's registered to your mother. And from my understanding of recalls, I think what is common knowledge is that a registered owner would receive information regarding the recalls and what to do.
What's his mother's fault?
And presumably she would have provided that information to anyone operating that vehicle or taking care of it. We have none of that information before us by way of fact or even an offer of proof that even she received that information and did nothing with it, or whether anyone else who operated that did anything with it or not. The bottom line is there is absolutely no Brady violation by the state. This is not the type of information they would have been required to turn over. And from my understanding and review of Exhibit 83, what's important to this case is that the mechanical inspection specifically looked at that issue nonetheless and found that as to this particular vehicle, there were no issues with that would have impacted the mechanical function during the incident in question. I'll accept the state's offer of proof as to what would have been the issues based upon the information provided. And again, without anything further from you by way of your offer of proof, I can't make a finding, number one, that there's a Brady violation, and number two, that the information you seek to cross-examine him on would have any impact whatsoever. So I'll deny the request to dismiss the case, and I'll deny the request to recall this witness. Hold on. Let me have the state just make their statement. I'll give you the last word on it. Go ahead.
The Inspector Schultz's mechanical inspection report was provided to the defense on April 29th, 2022. I noted that when the defendant was cross-examining Inspector Schultz, he did have the report in front of him and was asking questions directly related to information contained in that report.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
When you spoke to the owner of the vehicle, that's who gave me the information.
That's your mother,
My
not the
mother
owner
gave
of
me the
the
information of this. I had no knowledge until she told me. And that's how I came into the information. And she was the one that said, I'm going to send you all the information that you need so you can present it to the court. So I
understand that, sir, but your request
information.
is not timely. So you have had this information.
In other words, he
quite
could have
some
made
time,
this
whether
request
through
at
I did
any
not have
point
it.
in time
Let
that
me
he
make my
didn't.
record, either through
It was
counsel.
just told to me.
That's not what I'm saying. You've had the information about this report for quite some time, either through prior counsel or through all of the discovery that was turned over to you when you took over your representation of your own case. The fact that you have now learned this, it's a little bit too late. And I understand that may seem fair to you, but when I consider the information that you're providing to me, it's speculative on your part as to whether there's any impact on this particular vehicle because of the inspection that was done. And you had a full and fair opportunity to cross-examine the inspector about information that was readily obtainable and researchable by you prior to the time that you cross-examined this witness.
It was not readily available for me to expect at the time. I don't have access to the internet.
You knew there was a recall, you dick.
So how would I be able to?
Mr. Brooks, you're telling me your mother had that information.
No,
So,
I'm
and I'm
telling
going to
you,
trust.
she just told me this information. I have the phone calls to prove it.
I understand that. I'm denying the request, sir.
And I would like a.
So that's my decision.
I object to that, Your Honor.
I understand.
I
I've made my
object to that.
decision. I expect that you respect the decision, at least
No.
as we're not going to debate it further.
Yes.
I now have the
It needs to be-
ICF,
It
the
needs to
one
be
for the state,
addressed, Your
provided for
Honor.
the state.
It
Madam
needs to
Clerk,
be
I just gave
addressed.
that to you. All right, so
I
Mr. Brooks, in
respectfully
light of
object.
that,
I respectfully object, Your Honor, and request the legal reconsideration of your ruling, Your Honor.
it's denied. The request for reconsideration is denied. There's no legal basis for me to do
I
that at this point.
respectfully reject that ruling and take exception to that ruling, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brooks, we need to keep going.
For the record,
Yes, we
may I
do.
request a legal or factual basis for your ruling, Your Honor.
I provided an oral ruling today. The record stands, sir.
For the record, may I respectfully request a written judicial finding of facts and conclusion of law
Nope.
on this issue.
Your request is denied.
For the record, may I respectfully move for an interlocutory declaratory
Oh,
appeal
fuck off.
of this matter.
Shut
I wouldn't be the one you would make that request to, sir. So I
For the
can't
record, may I
answer that
move
yes
to
or
stay
no.
these proceedings until the instant matter is adjudicated by a court of competent jurisdiction.
That request is denied.
Based on what law or fact, Your Honor?
The request is denied.
Based on what law or fact,
What,
Your Honor?
any other requests, sir? I'd like to move on.
Based on what law?
There's no
Or
legal
fact.
basis that you've stated for me to do that, sir.
It has been, Your Honor.
The
No, it
request is
hasn't.
denied. The request is not a proper motion. There's no legal support for the motion. There's no factual support for the motion. So it's denied.
For the
Oh,
record,
why
it
is my
appears
blood
that this
pressure
court
going
is
up because of
acting
this
in
dick?
contempt of the law,
Fuck me.
Your Honor.
I hate these streams.
Can you show me how or where this court
No.
is following the law of respecting this matter?
That's a very
If you-
vague.
if you don't think
statement,
they are,
sir. There's
appeal.
no legal
File an
relief that
appeal
you're
if you don't think they're
claiming.
following the
There's
law.
no motion before the court based in law or fact. So this court cannot address that last statement of yours.
Oh, Christ.
Your Honor, with all due respect, I would like a motion for finding the fact.
Denied.
Under what law?
I move for a
Fact.
bad
Made an
court
oral ruling, so
thingy.
there's
You
no
mean a
right
mistrial?
to-
Yeah.
So you're denying a legal, you're denying a motion for finding the fact.
Damn.
So how do I know what you're doing is legal, Your Honor?
All right, Mr. Brooks, we're going to move forward. At this time, I want to.
How do I know that this is legal, Your Honor?
It's
Can you
legal
show
because
me that it's
if you
legal?
don't think it's
Mr.
legal,
Brooks,
file a fucking
we're moving
appeal, you
forward.
fuckwit.
So your
Doesn't
request
seem
is
like
denied.
Jesus Christ.
It doesn't seem
Mr.
like
Brooks,
you're-
I need to
22
give
minutes
you
into
some
this and I have
It
advice,
doesn't
stress.
and
seem
I'd
like
ask that
you're,
you
I don't
stop
need
interrupting
your
me.
advice.
I
need
have to give you
you-
advisements, sir, regarding
I
your right
need
to
you to do,
testify.
I need you to do your job without prejudice and without
Mr.
bias.
Brooks has
Your
now
Honor.
interrupted me multiple
Oh my
times. He's
God,
failing
again.
to respect the court's oral rulings here today. It's something that he's done repeatedly throughout this trial. Mr. Brooks, I need to go through some advisements. Unless you have a witness to immediately call, I need to go through this particular discussion on the record with you regarding your right
You don't,
to testify.
you don't
Do
need
you
to
have
go
a
through-
witness
you
to
don't
call,
need to go
sir?
through anything with me.
If
on
he doesn't
record.
like the oral
Actually, I
advice, he'll
do
like the
so,
anal
sir.
advice
That
once
is
he gets to
required
prison.
by
Actually,
law.
you don't. You need to do your job as a public servant
Mr.
and
Brooks,
honor the oath that you
I
took,
need to
Your
go through
Honor.
these advisements, and if you're going to keep interrupting me, you will forfeit your right to be present, and you
So
will be
you're holding me in
removed
contempt
to
again.
the next courtroom so that I can properly go through these advisements
I
without being
still-
interrupted.
And I still don't have to answer. I still don't have to answer whether I'm in this court or not. So you're holding me in contempt yet again.
Mr. Brooks,
Not
I have not
contempt, you
held you
dick.
in contempt. I've found that you have forfeited your right to be present by your conduct, which is one of the options available to this court under Illinois versus Allen, under State versus Vaughn. It's also referenced in State versus Anthony. So I am going to keep going, sir, despite your protestations.
Your Honor, with
I
all due
need you
respect,
to
in Illinois
not
versus
interrupt
Allen,
me.
in
This is
Illinois
another
versus-
interruption.
In Illinois versus Allen,
Mr. Brooks,
do
I'm
they
not
say-
going to have a debate with you on
I'm
the
not
meaning
trying to
of
have a
Illinois
debate.
versus
I'm not
Allen.
trying to have a debate.
You
I'm
are
merely
advised
trying
that
to
a
understand
continued,
Illinois versus Allen.
Mr. Brooks, you are advised that continued interruptions will result in you forfeiting your right to be present
Good.
during this next phase of the trial.
Okay, but you saying that I'm
I've said
forfeiting
that
my
multiple
right.
times.
You
I've
saying-
given you multiple
You're
opportunities to
holding
stop
me in
interrupting
contempt.
me.
You're holding me in contempt
Mr. Brooks,
No.
by
I'm not holding
removing
you
me
in
from the
contempt
courtroom.
for the second time here, and I've
Your
also
Honor.
repeated that.
Your Honor,
Release
He's
the booty
interrupted me
goons.
Yet again.
With
Mr.
all
Brooks, I
respect.
need you to stop talking.
With all respect, in Illinois versus Allen,
All right, Mr. Brooks continues to want to debate with me the meaning of Illinois versus Allen. It is a clear indication to this
I'm
court
trying to
that
understand,
he
Your Honor.
wants to disrupt these proceedings, even
That's
in
not
a
true.
mild manner tone
That's
of
not
voice.
true.
I've
I'm
reminded
seeking
him
to
repeatedly
understand, Your
regarding
Honor,
the standards
because
of
it
decorum and
doesn't.
civility, and one of the
Illinois doesn't.
bedrocks is that he
Illinois
not
versus
interrupt.
Allen does not state
All right, I'm going to
that
remove him to the next courtroom so that I can go through
it does
proper
not state.
advisements with him without being
It
interrupted.
does not
We'll clear the
state
courtroom
that
and
you
we'll,
can be present.
once he
Get out of here,
is
buddy.
over there, again,
It
I'll make
doesn't
the
state that
appropriate
you can be
findings when
present
he is
from
there.
cameras, or that you could be,
Yes, we're off the
or
record
that you
until.
could be.
It's a
okay,
5-minute
so
penalty.
You're making a tacit agreement for something that
Wow. That didn't take very long, did it?
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. All right. Well, I thank you for allowing us time to do a proper intro to this video and to get some super chats. I appreciate your willingness to cooperate with my stream, Darrell Brooks, fuckwit extraordinaire. Wow. Yeah, he's doing everything he possibly can to keep himself alive. And by alive, I mean his case active, because it's going to end today. It's going to end this morning. He basically, it's him or his mother, him and or his mother that are scheduled to testify. If his mother's not there, it's him. If he doesn't testify, it's fucking finished now. They'll do jury instructions today, and it'll be over tomorrow with closing arguments, and the jury will start. So yeah, damn. We're off to a beginning and a half already. So let's do some super chats here, folks, and see how this goes. God dang. LF Goo, let's fucking go. Let's hit this harder than a dancing granny. Please say yes, you male chicken. Call yourself Darrell. Definitely not Brandon. Oh, let's see. What do I have? Oh, I do. All right. What do we got here? We've got some Evan Williams handy. Thank you so much for the super chat. The $100 shot rules apply. And quite frankly, I don't want to do this sober. So there we go. Cheers. Thank you, Brandon. Let's go. And let's go, Darrell. Great. Oh, God, thanks. Ugh. I need better whiskey to do shots with. Ugh. Success, LV. Yeah, hey. We got through we got through the transition from my Maritime Monday cannibal stream to the Darrell Brooks without boomering anything. So that's good. Sorry. We're gonna be sound heavy today, I think. Shit. I don't know what's going on. Oh God, super chats. They're pouring in. I don't know what to do. God, please help me. All right. Help. I'm trying to tag all these things because we're kind of going hot and heavy here. Damn. All right. You're not helping my job. I'm trying to whittle down the amount of super chats we're going through, but hey, you know, I'll take them. All right. Let's rock through this here. I'm so behind. There's 25, at least 25 super chats to get through. New member, NW, thank you for becoming the newest new member we have. Deeply, deeply appreciate it. Mocha Dick, Flux, you and Shakespeare. I mean, you know, like the literature that comes in the most highbrow literature in humankind, Shakespeare, Beowulf, Homer in the Iliad and the Odyssey, and Flux saying Mocha Dick. Thank you so much for that. Deeply appreciate that. Court volume up, please. Oh, we need to boost. Okay, when the all right, let me do it right now before I forget. We want the court volume up a little bit. If that instruction was in error, let me know. You don't have to super chat telling me to do that up. Just enough people shouting at me will get it. Sub Vices, morning from Florida, was finally able to find a Hakushu 12. Oh, what a nice Japanese whiskey that is. That is just floral notes. Oh, that is so good. Been searching for a bottle since I had a glass at a restaurant. And if you want some advice on what whiskeys to get friends and family, for the holidays, tune into my stream on Wednesday. That's what we'll be talking about: whiskey and cigars for gift ideas. The Hakushu 12 is a good whiskey. Congrats on scoring that. Spooky Spoon, love you, Jeff. Love you, Spooky Spoon. Thank you so much for the super chat. I had a 2010 Ford Fusion with a throttle body issue. It thinks it's stuck open, so it stalled the engine. I went through 4 of them, and they all pinged the same code, touchdown on paper, unmeted. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I mean, this is the first time I really appreciated this. The recall that he's arguing actually is a recall where the car will stall, not accelerate uncontrollably. Great. That really didn't help yourself. Wood Yacht Tennessee, thank you so much. And if you have a wood yacht, you should pay attention to our Monday Maritime streams. The Maritime Monday is a great stream. We just talked about cannibalism earlier today. Bucky Cat, Legal Vices, if Brooks takes the stand, how exactly does that work? Well, it can work one of 2 ways. One, he can just the judge will say, tell us your story, and he'll just narrate his view of the events. He'll just talk and explain what happened. But I have seen crazy situations where where defendants will literally ask themselves questions. What do you say about this? And then they'll answer them. He's fucking crazy enough that I think that's the route he will go if he decides to take the stand. I can see him asking himself questions and answering questions. Haas Knuckles, interesting side bit on our Maritime Monday. We talked about cannibalism aboard the whaling vessel Essex, which was the inspiration for Moby Dick. Haas Knuckles says that his direct ancestor was the cabin boy on that cannibalistic ship. So Haas Knuckles says, I believe that if there are no active recalls, that can mean the car itself might have had the recall issue already repaired. Who the fuck knows what he's talking about, really? Michael Milano, he totally thought he was walking free today on the recall info. He thought about it all weekend. If he would spend enough time researching legal issues as he does researching ways to get fucking out of his situation, he probably would have a slightly better chance. No chance at all, but slightly better, no chance. He probably walked around just going, that's it. Yeah. Elementary, my dear Watson. David, this is not a falafel law. Falafel. I'm hungry now. This is not falafel law from Bob Loblaw's Law Blog. 200 Watt Studio. Hey, welcome. She needs to control her courtroom. I think she's doing it now. She sent him to the bad boy room. We are still out. We are still a blank screen. Sorry, I paused it there. I just had to double check to make sure. Oh, we're back in session.
Be the judge or
damn it.
Court to which a request would be made. That is something that would be made to the Court of Appeals. And although I would have authority to grant a stay pending appeal, there is no appeal that's pending. I gave Mr. Brooks multiple opportunities to stop talking. I asked him repeatedly to stop interrupting me. I advised him that if he continued, he would forfeit his right to be present in this courtroom and would be taken to the neighboring courtroom. I believe I gave that warning at least twice. Of course, this comes on the record before this court over the first 15 days of trial, where Mr. Brooks has, by his conduct, forfeited his right to be present on a number of occasions due to his conduct. I do appreciate that this morning he didn't yell at me, he didn't raise his voice, he didn't speak in an angry tone. But given the history in this case leading up to today and knowing what this court needs to get through in terms of whether he has any witnesses or whether he intends to testify himself, there's a very important colloquy I need to have and an advisement of his rights that I need to go through. And I simply am not able to do that with him constantly interrupting me and then not respecting the oral rulings that are
respect the judge's oral at all times.
Mr. Brooks can ask to be brought back over.
I know I have the voice on. I should stop.
Under Illinois versus Allen, of course, he needs to pledge that he is willing to conduct himself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings.
already
I, of
bored
course,
and
have
frustrated.
repeatedly, even without him making such a pledge, brought him back into the courtroom where I felt a sufficient time has passed. And he at many times has been able to conform his conduct. I would note during the vast majority of the testimony that was provided during the state's case, he was in the courtroom. If not during the entire time, he was able to cross-examine witnesses. We had a couple of issues during the testimony of witnesses he called. And of course, last Friday was, in my opinion, probably one of the most challenging days, I should say, to date. It's my hope that we can continue with Mr. Brooks in this courtroom at some point today.
Stop
I'll certainly
mollycoddling
invite him back
him.
over
Stop it.
when I get through these advisements. Mr. Brooks, you have been muted. I will make that, put that on the record as well. I will unmute though and ask Mr. Brooks, because you did not answer the question previously. Other than you potentially testifying on your behalf, do you have any other witnesses present at the courtroom, at the courthouse to call today? I need an answer to that question, sir.
The subject matter jurisdiction that we haven't addressed when I was just over there, or since I've been over here, are we addressing subject matter jurisdiction?
I'm going to mute him just for a second. No, I'm not going to address subject matter jurisdiction. This is a common ploy by Mr. Brooks. When I attempt to go through certain things with him, ask him questions, he tries to divert our attention away to subject matter jurisdiction. I have issued a written decision on that. He has not filed any type of interlocutory appeal regarding that. This court's position is there is subject matter jurisdiction, and I'll deny verbally and orally at this point his request to dismiss the case based on a lack of subject matter jurisdiction. Mr. Brooks, I will be asking you a couple of questions. I do need a response. I am unmuting you. Do you have any other witnesses other than yourself available at the courthouse to call this morning, meaning now?
This is the jurisdictional challenge right here. So are you going to address subject matter jurisdiction and prove it for the record or not?
So I've asked Mr. Brooks twice now whether he has any witnesses to call other than himself. He has declined to answer that question. Sir, if you fail to answer that question, I will interpret your failure to answer that as a no, and you will lose the opportunity, you will forfeit the opportunity to call any other witnesses on your behalf other than yourself. So I will ask you one last time, sir, do you have any other witnesses at the courthouse available to testify right now? I'm not getting a response at all.
Am I unmuted?
You've been unmuted, sir.
You just said I was muted. I'm not sure. I don't know when you muted me or when I'm not muted.
Well, me muting you doesn't affect you being able to hear the court, because
Yes, it does.
that only
Yes, it does.
mutes your audio coming into this courtroom. I confirmed already
Why is my
that
audio muted to begin with?
that is simply a misstatement. I confirmed with the bailiffs that the audio and visual were
Why is
working.
my audio muted to begin with?
Because you
Because
interrupt
you're a
the court
dick.
repeatedly. So I'm going to ask you yet another way, even though for 3 times now he has failed to answer this court. You indicated last week that you would like to call your mom as a witness, Dawn Woods. You were provided with notice that the state would not be assisting with that in any way. You indicated when that was said that if you wanted your mom to testify, she would obey you and she would be here. So I trust that you've made arrangements for her to be here. Are you going to call Dawn Woods as a witness this morning, and specifically now? I will ask him a second time. Sir, do you have Dawn Woods available to call as a witness this morning? He's been unmuted though, for a while now. We can obviously hear him. I will ask Mr. Brooks a third time for the record. He's finally putting on the headphones. Is Dawn Woods in the courthouse available to testify right now? Do you intend to call her?
Hold on.
For the record, Mr. Brooks only puts on the headphones when he's in the other courtroom. He does not put them on when he's in here. The audio and the visual work just fine in that courtroom.
So you're just a stupid
when I'm in the actual courtroom, I can hear it. I don't need to be muted.
Mr. Brooks's statements that the audio doesn't work when I mute him is simply false.
I didn't say nothing about the audio not working, so you need to stop lying on the record.
I'm not lying on the record, sir.
You are lying on the record.
All right, I'm going to mute him once again because now he's raising his voice. Now he's angry. He's thrown the headphones. He certainly does not seem to want to answer any of the questions this court has. I asked him 3 times if he had any additional witnesses to call. I warned him that if he did not answer that question, he would forfeit his right to call additional witnesses other than perhaps himself. I then specifically asked him about Dawn Woods because that is the person he indicated he wanted to add to his witness list last week, and I granted his request to do that. I asked him twice. He did not respond to that. Based upon his failure to respond, based upon this court advising him that if he failed to answer that question, he would forfeit his right to present any additional witnesses, again, other than perhaps himself. I'll find that he has forfeited his right to present and call any additional witnesses based upon his conduct in this case. I would direct Mr. Brooks to the case of State versus Anthony, although that squarely dealt with a person's right to be themselves a witness in their own case. They talk at length in that case about how rights, even constitutional rights, can be forfeited by conduct. Of course, the right to be present can be forfeited by conduct. That was established in Illinois versus Allen. And then the right to present evidence on your behalf can also be forfeited based upon
yes, it can.
Conduct. Although a criminal defendant does have a right to present a defense, doing so must be guided by the rules of evidence, the rules of procedure, and also with respect for the dignity, order, and decorum that is needed in the courtroom. Mr. Brooks has demonstrated this morning that he is not willing to answer simple questions about calling witnesses. He reverts back to raising the issue of subject matter jurisdiction, which, as this court has previously found, I believe is simply.
You all know this is absolutely a last-ditch effort to delay this as much as possible.
Disruption tactic. When considering that the court must be concerned not only with the defendant's right to present a defense, this court must balance that with preservation of dignity, order, and decorum, and the numerous procedural and evidentiary rules that control the presentation of evidence. Because in my findings today, Mr. Brooks has been
the judge does not need to explain all of this.
Questions regarding the calling of witnesses. Again, I'll find that he has forfeited his right to present further witnesses. I would like to go through a number of advisements with Mr. Brooks regarding his right to testify.
Tacket agreement.
I will unmute him for that.
The next delay.
I asked Mr. Brooks to put on his headphones if he is unable to hear me, and just to be 100% safe and secure on the record, I'd ask the bailiffs who are over there to advise him. I'm going to directly be speaking with him, and if he's unable to hear me, to put on the headphones at this point. He's unmuted.
Just tase the fucker.
I've also been advised by not just the bailiffs who are over there, who I can hear through the audio, but also from the clerk who's in that courtroom, through my clerk who's in this courtroom, that the audio is very loud and clear. Mr. Brooks, I would like to go through with you your right to testify and your right not to testify. We are at the
All right,
stage in
I'll
the
be back in 1 minute.
proceedings where it is important that this court conduct a colloquy with you. I will advise you that if you refuse to answer my questions, refuse to acknowledge me, you can forfeit your right to testify on your own behalf. Again, that's State versus Anthony, 2015, Wisconsin, 20. Mr. Brooks, you need to be aware and are so advised that you have a constitutional right to testify. Did you hear me say that? There's no response by Mr. Brooks, and he does not have the headphones on, and he has a book in front of him, although I haven't seen a page turned. If you testify, sir, the state has the right to cross-examine you. That means to ask you questions after you give your initial testimony. Did you hear me advise you of that? No response by Mr. Brooks.
Fuck what?
Sir, you also have a constitutional right not to testify. If you decide not to testify, you
Even
are
law
further
raxes have to
advised
piss.
that doing so cannot be
floodgates
used
are
against
open.
you, and I would so advise the jury. Did you hear me advise you of that? Once again, no response by Mr. Brooks.
Oh, you fuckwit.
The decision to testify is for you and you alone to make. Did you hear me say that? There's no response by Mr. Brooks. It's my
poor fucking
understanding that
judge.
Mr. Brooks has the equivalent of a 12th grade education, that he attended school either up to or through 12th grade, and either has a GED or an HSED. There's been some conflicting information on paperwork throughout this case, but I'll find that he does have a high school education. He is currently in custody.
He's educated.
Of course, at the Waukesha County Jail. I'm not aware of any medication that he has been taking. Sir, have you taken any medication within the last 24 hours or any drugs or any alcohol?
I've taken alcohol.
I'm not receiving a response to that. I'm aware that he's able to read and write English. I would refer back to the record made during my colloquy with him regarding the waiver of counsel.
Stop saying colloquy.
His ability to
Say
be
discussion.
aware of rights, his ability to, I made a finding at that point of his understanding, and based upon his conduct throughout this trial, including the waiver of right to attorney hearing, I'll make a finding that he has the ability and understand, he can read, write, and understand the English language.
Am I unmuted?
You've been unmuted the entire
You
time,
fucking
sir.
asshole.
So what are you talking about? Is you talking about subject matter jurisdiction and how you gonna verify it on record?
So he did.
What you talking about,
He
Willis?
did not answer my question if the record's not clear about whether he's had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours. I'll ask him, sir, has anyone made any threats against you to influence your decision on whether to testify on your behalf in this trial? Although he turned and said, what did you say? Again, I believe he's fully able to hear this court at this time
He's
based upon
full of shit.
how the
That's what
audio
he
is functioning in the other courtroom. He did not respond to that. Has anyone made any promises to you to influence your decision?
You lying piece of shit.
I don't hear everything you saying, and you know I don't hear everything you saying, so cut the crap.
Mr. Brooks has interrupted with very disrespectful words at this moment. I believe that he is feigning his inability to hear and that he's done so throughout this case. There's absolutely no indication. He puts the headphones on when he wants. He takes them off when he wants to. While in this courtroom, he hasn't had them on. He's only used them while in the other courtroom. But again, I've confirmed multiple times that the audio is loud and clear. And his statements that he can't hear his statements that when I mute his audio, that it mutes his audio are simply false.
So
Mr. Brooks, have you made?
Am I still unmuted?
You are, sir. And I'll make a record that per the lieutenant over in the other courtroom, the volume is 2 to 3 times louder than it is in this courtroom.
You need to stop making false records saying that I said I can't hear you at all. I said I have trouble hearing you when I'm over here.
Shut the
That's
fuck
what
up,
I
Dan.
said. So I would appreciate if you would make the record clear and correct.
Clearly, he heard me say that for him to make that distinguishing
Yeah,
statement.
I'm sitting right
So-
here. Don't you see me looking all up to the?
No, we can't see you because you're hiding behind the monitor like a cock.
I don't have an issue hearing you at all, sir.
Can you hear me when I'm right here?
I can. Once again, per the lieutenant who's been in both of these courtrooms, the volume in the adjacent courtroom where Mr. Brooks is at is 2 to 3 times louder than it is in this courtroom.
Oh, Jesus.
Mr. Brooks, have you made a decision?
It's like in THX.
Have you made a decision to testify in this case?
No. Have you made a decision to tell
I will
me-
ask you again, sir. Have you made a decision to testify in this case?
Address subject matter jurisdiction? Have you made a decision to be
Oh,
impartial?
jeez.
To answer what your name is? To answer if you have a claim against me or
I'm
don't
going to
you
mute him
have a
for the
claim against
moment
me?
just because once again, he's attempting to divert away from what this court needs to do by going through the proper colloquy with him regarding his right
Right.
to
You asked him.
testify.
He didn't answer.
He's asking
Move
me
on.
about subject matter jurisdiction. He's making statements about this court that are disparaging and about my oath. Again, a clear attempt, in my opinion, to simply stall these proceedings and to disrupt them. I will unmute him and I will ask him for a third time with the understanding that if he fails to answer the question in the affirmative, I will interpret his failure to respond
Good.
as a no, and that he is not going to testify. So once again, I am unmuting him. Sir, have you made a decision on whether to testify in this case?
You better fucking say something, dude.
There's no response by Mr. Brooks.
Damn
I'll ask
fool.
it yet another way, sir. Do you want to testify on your behalf in this case?
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you have been. Sir, do you want to,
How long have I been unmuted? 'Cause you just
The entire
do you
fucking
want
time.
to testify in
you
this
just said you
case?
was muting me when I had the headphones on just a minute ago. You just said you was muting me. So when have I become unmuted? Or did you even mute me in the first place?
Mr. Brooks, I'm asking you one last time. Do
didn't
you
ask
want
me
to-
nothing
This is
because
the
I
fourth
haven't
last
heard
time.
nothing that you asked. So how you gonna ask me something and then just answer for me?
Mr. Brooks, do you want to
You can't answer
testify?
for me.
All right, I'm
You
going
can't
to
answer for
answer. I'm going to
You
mute
can't
him
answer
again.
for me.
Again, it is very clear to this court that he uses the statement that he can't hear as a means to delay. It's a distraction. It's very evident that he hears this court and that he's choosing to willfully not answer this court.
All right. The jury should have been in this room 20 minutes
This
ago.
court
Knock this shit off, Judge, and just
as I
do your fucking
indicated
job.
earlier is tasked with the duty to ensure that there is efficient and effective presentation of relevant and probative evidence in this case. This court is attempting to go through the needed colloquy with Mr. Brooks, and he at all times during this colloquy has refused to answer simple questions. I personally do not want to make this more difficult, but I must establish these ground rules that he must answer these questions in order for this court to make the appropriate findings. Without him providing answers,
The fact
this court
random
is
chat
left with
members
no choice
know
but to find that he is
the
forfeiting
rules.
his right to testify
Rule
on his
numbers
own
tells you how
behalf.
bad this is.
This court must also preserve dignity, order, and decorum. Again, ensure relevant and admissible evidence is presented.
Oh my God,
and
wake me up
also
when she
honor
does
the
something.
defendant's right to present a defense. The simple requirement that he answer questions is required Frankly, due to the defendant's prior conduct throughout this trial, his repeated defiance, his repeated outbursts, his repeated failure to follow simple rules of courtesy and decorum, his repeated interruptions of this court, and this court having to repeatedly remove him to the neighboring courtroom and making findings that he has forfeited his right to be present. Of course, this record is abundantly clear at this point that Mr. Brooks is not even in the main courtroom, because this morning alone, he is yet to conform his conduct to the simple standards of courtesy and decorum that are required of all participants in these court proceedings: the court, the prosecutor, the defendant, the jurors, the public. Absent an adherence to these simple rules, including the rules of evidence, the rules of procedure, and the rules of civility and decorum, and without a pledge by Mr. Brooks that he will follow these things, then on balance, this court will find that he has forfeited his right to testify. I've now made a much more full record of what is at stake, and I will give Mr. Brooks an opportunity again to go through the colloquy with the court regarding his right to testify. I am unmuting him and will attempt to go through this procedure once again. If he fails to answer these questions, then he is forfeiting his right to testify by his own conduct. I would acknowledge that such a procedure is certainly not ideal, or making a finding that he is forfeited is not ideal, but as Mr. Brooks's conduct and Mr. Brooks's conduct alone that has forced the court to make this determination. So Mr. Brooks, you are unmuted. You have been for about a minute. I want to go through the questions again. Are you aware that you have a constitutional right to testify?
Yes.
Mr. Brooks,
You're not
are
fucking
you
muted.
aware that
Stop
you have
asking
a
that.
Constitutional right to testify.
Are you aware that you're practicing law from the bench?
Mr. Brooks, do you understand and are aware that you have a constitutional right not to testify?
I don't understand. No, I don't understand.
Are you aware that you have a constitutional right not to testify?
I don't understand, and I'm not aware. So why are you asking me questions?
All right, I'll do this another way, sir. Sir, you are advised that you have a constitutional right to testify, and that if you choose to testify, that you would be subject to cross-examination by the state. Did you hear me say that?
I don't hear you say anything. I don't understand what you're asking. I don't
He is
understand.
willfully choosing not to answer that. Sir, you are also advised that you have a constitutional right not to testify.
Your Honor, with all
Thanks, Brandon. I promise I will
Did
drink
you
these
hear me
2
say
shots
that?
as quickly as possible. Trust me, I want to.
Sir? Stop talking and I'll ask it again. Sir,
Can you ask me to stop talking?
I'm asking you to stop interrupting me so that you can hear the questions. Even though I fully believe you hear them, I will attempt to do this one last time.
Yeah, I can hear them. I got the headphones on.
All right, then let's,
Obviously, you can see that.
once again, Mr. Brooks is being disrespectful. He is
That's not being
blurting out
disrespectful. I'm saying-
information.
I'm saying
He
you're
reverts
right.
back to subject matter jurisdiction. He
you're
accuses
right.
this court of not honoring its oath. He just accused me of practicing
haven't.
law without a license. Again,
You
all
haven't.
attempts
No, I said
to
practicing law
deflect
from the
away.
bench. I
I'm
said
going to mute him
practicing
once
law.
again. This court has simply tried to no avail to get Mr. Brooks to answer simple questions, confirming on the record that he has been advised that he has a constitutional right to testify, and that he also has a constitutional right to testify. I was very clear prior to unmuting him and telling him that I would go through these questions once again, that I needed him to follow the rules of decorum and civility and not interrupt this court. He has done nothing to demonstrate decorum. Again, repeated interruptions. It is, again, from my perspective, simply a tactic on his part to delay these proceedings, to disrupt these proceedings. He reverts back again to things like subject matter jurisdiction, practicing law without a license. Then he makes requests about interlocutory appeals, etc. The record is full of his tactics in this case.
Overly
He would
full of
not
his
pledge
tactics.
to be civil, to be courteous. He would not pledge to honor the rules of evidence or the rules of procedure. He would not even answer simple questions regarding his right to testify and whether he heard that or not. And based upon pursuant to State versus Anthony,
She's just explaining too
and
much.
looking at
Just
the balancing
issue your
test
decision
that this
and move the
court must
fuck on,
consider,
Judge.
um,
I was sympathetic towards this judge and felt bad for her at the beginning. Now she's just fuck it. Just move on,
this court
Judge.
simply cannot allow Mr. Brooks to get on the witness stand unfettered without an acknowledgement that he will honor the rules of procedure, that he will abide by the rules of evidence, that he will honor rulings that are made by the court. He has demonstrated repeatedly throughout this trial that when this court makes a ruling that he disagrees with, he tries to engage the court in an argument about the legal basis, even though I've provided the legal basis on the record, or in the case of subject matter jurisdiction, even when there's a written determination on the issue. When looking at State versus Anthony, this is a case where the Wisconsin Supreme Court was faced with a similar situation, although not as egregious as I would
kind
say
of
here.
is ending
Because
up that
in
way.
State versus Anthony, that was not a case where the defendant was ever removed from the courtroom based upon his
You don't
conduct.
need to
Although
explain
in State
yourself. You're the
versus Anthony,
fucking
they noted
judge.
it isn't a requirement
Make your ruling,
to forfeit
let
the
him
right
appeal.
to testify to previous to that be removed from the courtroom. So not as egregious as a case, but this court has a history over 15 days of trial where Mr. Brooks has repeatedly been removed from the courtroom, where he has repeatedly demonstrated he has absolutely
Come on, Judge.
no
I've got like
regard
45
for
super chats to get
courtesy
through
in
here.
the
Wrap this
forum.
shit up.
He is what I would describe as a stubbornly defiant individual who simply wants to say what he wants, when he wants, without a filter, without regard to the rules of evidence and the rules of
He's wearing the
procedure.
headphones because he says he can only hear out of one ear.
As State v. Anthony discussed, the right to testify, although a fundamental constitutional right grounded in personal autonomy, is not absolute. For example, there's no constitutional right to commit perjury. There's no constitutional right to present irrelevant evidence. Moreover, a criminal defendant's right to present relevant testimony is subject to reasonable restrictions. Those restrictions, again, fall primarily under the rules of evidence.
Brandon, let's go. I want a drink, so I'm going to like front load these 2 shots.
The court in Anthony
This is shot number 1.
cited the U.S. Supreme Court from Arkansas versus Rock, wherein that court stated the right to present relevant testimony is not limitless and may in appropriate cases bow to accommodate
This is the other shot I owe you.
legitimate interests in the criminal trial process. For example, numerous procedural and evidentiary rules control the presentation of evidence and do not offend the defendant's right to testify. Throughout this trial, Mr. Brooks has repeatedly accused this court of violating his First Amendment rights of free speech. I've told him repeatedly his First Amendment free speech rights are not unfettered and that they are limited in the court of law for the very reasons cited by the Supreme Court in Rock.
She's saying all of this to reduce the
takeaway
chance
from Arkansas versus
of an
Rock,
appeal, but she's
is
going
that
way farther than she needs to.
a defendant may forfeit his right to testify by his conduct. Whether a criminal defendant may forfeit his or her right to testify through conduct incompatible with the assertion of a right was reviewed by that court. That court went on to discuss waiver and forfeiture and ultimately went on to conclude the following. We now conclude that the right to testify.
Does anyone care if I read the super chats over this absolute waste of my time, your time, even Darrell Brooks's time and the jury's time?
The balancing test that this court must go through are the interests, again, as
We'll just do this. 1 in the chat if you want me to read the super chats over this bullshit, or 2 if you want me to just shut the fuck up and let her go on.
And balancing all of
1
that
super chat, 2 shut the fuck up.
Mr. Brooks's right to testify. This court is not making an arbitrary decision. The decision I make here today is, in my opinion, proportionate to the conduct demonstrated by Mr. Brooks.
Okay, we've got a definite
throughout this
one there
trial,
and a couple of twos.
specifically today, based upon his failure.
The ones have it. We'll bring the volume down. We'll burn through these here. You think his mother will testify? Apparently not. He hasn't said she's going to, so I guess not.
He was repeatedly warned that the failure to answer the questions would be taken as by this court. Really,
Wonder what
as
studio?
no
She needs to control her
meaningful
courtroom. Oh, you
specific
fucking
question.
think?
Have you made a decision? And as
For your
for
blood
all
pressure
of
meds.
those
I've got to redo my
reasons
blood pressure meds the day after
that
tomorrow.
this court
I'm in
will make a
desperate
finding,
situation.
He has forfeited his right to testify.
Okay, so she just ruled he forfeited his right to testify. Shut the fuck up, end it there, bring the jury in, and go for closing arguments now, or jury instructions anyway.
With
Jury instructions,
that,
then closing
then
arguments,
There are no
or
other
whichever way you want to do it.
witnesses to present for the defense before I bring.
Only is it
Oh, shut up. I'm
way
boomering
over
here.
to the mailroom.
Hey, Jeff, starting
I
up
can
my Monday
email
morning with this
Jill
nonsense
Administrator
BS from
to find
Brooks.
out
Yeah,
if
me too.
there's Anything in transit, if there's no objection from the parties, from the state,
No objection.
from you, sir?
No objection. I definitely want those documents received as they obtain.
What the fuck just happened? Wait,
You said you forwarded them to a staff member on Saturday.
what the shit?
Do you know if that was morning?
Was that a boomer thing? Holy Christ. That was sad. What the fuck was that?
Witnesses? Mr. Brooks, pledge, sir. Sir, you
asked me a question now I can't answer.
yeah, no, go ahead, answer.
You're trying to coerce me into violating my right to remain silent. How can you coerce me into my right to remain silent?
Boomer!
So you're not going to protect my constitutional rights? Because I didn't answer nothing that you was trying to ask me before when I had the headphones on, and you can't make a decision for me. You can't do that. You're violating my constitutional rights.
Sir, if you'd like to testify, then you need to simply go through the colloquy with this court, which I've given you 3 opportunities to do, and you have decided not to.
No, you can't tell me what I decided to do because I didn't decide to do or not do anything.
Are you willing to?
Your Honor, by law, you cannot coerce me.
I'm not coercing you, sir.
Well, you're making a decision for me based on something that I
No.
did not say myself.
You did not make the
Last Friday,
decision.
I specifically directed your attention to State versus Anthony. I discussed very briefly at the end of the day on Friday the case law that is relevant on this
Judge,
topic,
stop.
including State versus Anthony, Rock versus Arkansas, and Chambers versus Mississippi, to specifically put you on notice.
Do you recall what was going on Friday?
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to mute him again. I'm not going to have a debate. I've made a finding. I've given him yet another opportunity.
Mute
If
him
he's
and
willing to
stop
go
this fucking
through
explanation
the colloquy
bullshit.
With the court, he wants to challenge me instead and saying he doesn't consent. His lack of consent to this entire procedure is noted for the record, based on his inability to pledge to this court that he will honor that ruling. and be
Exactly.
respectful of the
Failure
jury.
to
I'm
make a
going to
choice
leave
is
him
a
in the other
choice.
Courtroom. The jury's going to be brought out, and he will remain muted. And I will simply advise them, as I have throughout this case, that he's appearing from another courtroom, and that his appearance from the other courtroom should not in any way be held against him or influence their verdict in any way. I will tell them that there are no further witnesses for the defense, and then I'll ask the state if there is any rebuttal, and then the jury will be excused for the day, because we will have I anticipate will be a very lengthy discussion on jury instructions.
All right.
Again, I
Jesus
will
Christ. Shut
advise
up.
Mr. Brooks that if at any point in time he wants to come back over, he needs to advise the
No.
bailiffs, but it does need to be accompanied by a pledge that he will follow the rules of civility and decorum, and he will not specifically challenge the court's rulings regarding closing off of his ability to
All right,
call
we get the
witnesses for
idea.
testifying on his behalf.
Seriously, we get the idea.
All right, let's have the jury brought out.
Bring the jury in. Guys, we got 4,746 of you watching this right now, only 1,400 likes. Everybody go down there and hit the like button, please. You've been here more than 30 seconds. You obviously enjoy it. Everybody hit the like button and we can get to 4,000 likes that fast if you'll just fucking do your job and go down there and hit the like button. And we're at 30,753 subscribers at the moment. I want to be to 31,000 by the end of this stream. So please, we need 250 more subscribers and we'll be at 31,000. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do me the favor and get down there and hit that subscribe button. Subscribe and like. That's all I'm grifting for right now. We've got a fuck ton of super chats. I don't need to grift for the cash. I just want to grift for the likes and the subscribes. Please, 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 please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and let's see how high we can get this. Let's get on the YouTube radar and let's clear through as many of these as we possibly can. Definitely not. Brandon says, please get Potter in there to tase him. Oh yeah, Potter, taser. Definitely Potter tase him. She can't tell the difference between a taser and a gun, so we want her to tase him. Swan, Brooks is a bozo, but why can't he do an interlocutory during proceedings? According to Wikipedia, that's what it's for. Oh, hey. That's not me, by the way. There we go. All right. That's not a boomer thing. That's a whatever. That's a law and cuck thing. Please law splain for me. I don't know. I don't. This is not me. This is them. Ugh. So they're bringing the jury in. I literally, I mean, you have a time to do things and a time when it's too late to do things. And my understanding is it's just too late at this point. It took 25 minutes to get removed. Is that a new record for him? No.
At the moment, Mr. Brooks is appearing from another
Unfortunately,
courtroom.
no.
This must not be held against him in any way and must not influence your verdict in any manner.
You got another 30-second timeout. Whoopee.
This time I will advise
Thanks,
the
Patty.
jury that the defense case is rested, and I'll ask the state whether there's any rebuttal evidence to present.
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right,
Wow.
then with that, I will declare the
That's it.
evidentiary phase
This
of
trial is fucking over.
concluded. I'm going to
Jury
excuse the jury
instructions,
for the
closing
remainder of the
arguments
day
tomorrow,
so that the
done.
parties and I go through all of the jury instructions, and I anticipate bringing you in tomorrow morning. Instructions may very well take most of the day. My hope is to then have the closing arguments.
Oh, if you
and have
remember,
the case be turned over
the jury.
the jurors. If
The jury
not,
instructions at the
by
beginning
tomorrow
took
evening,
7.5 hours.
sometime Wednesday morning or early afternoon. With that, I'll rise for the jury then. Please turn your notebooks into the civilian bailiffs. I'll get
That's
that
it.
back
The
to
jury's
you.
going home for the day. From now on, we're arguing about jury instructions. He's not going to argue, so I think this is going to go pretty quickly. She's going to read through the fucking jury instructions again. Ugh. RP, I'm very happy we finally got the, but my mama said, part of the defense. His mama didn't say shit. She didn't show up. Sorry, dude. Your mom didn't even show up to the fucking trial. Hey, hunky law guy, he didn't wear a blue suit today. But notice how these two, go back and watch the videos. These two dudes have worn the same color suit every day.
Thank you. Be seated. Before
Hoping for a
we
snort
begin,
laughter.
I will have
Something funny's got to
Lisa
happen.
print off what at least we do have for both parties.
You don't by chance happen to have a line to get a hold of Steve Gosney. Maybe he'd like to sit in.
Invite Mr. Brooks to come back over.
I sent him an email a while ago, like a few days ago. We seem to be
It'll
missing.
take about 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. We are in
10-minute break. Good. Sweet baby Jesus. I've got the hiccups. I've been drinking too much here. All right. Steve Gosney. I mean, he's got like a real life and shit. I emailed him a couple of days ago. We didn't have the time. The time didn't coordinate correctly. So he couldn't be on, but we were on Nick's stream there for a while together. But let's see here. What the hell? I sent Farron Balanced an email. She said she would join maybe in an hour or two, depending on how she's got like COVID and shit. So it's always good to have a wingman, a sidekick, so you can joke with each other, and one person can do it while the other person's going to take a whiskey piss. That's kind of where I am. Let's see. We'll do this live here. Where are we? Where are you, Gosney? Where are you, bud? Come on. Where's the email? been so long ago. I need to be careful. I'm already like starting to get a little bit liquored up because I didn't have any dinner. Peter, Eric. Oh, it wasn't Steve. I didn't. I'm sorry. It wasn't. I don't have Steve's contact. I just have his Twitter. I sent it to Peter Tragos. That's who I sent the email to earlier. I'll send Peter Tragos an email because I know you women get like moist when Peter's coming on here. But Steve, if anybody else has an access to Steve, tell him to hit me up, and I will be more than happy to send him the info. Peter, we are dying here with Brooks. With Brooks's jury instructions. Please join if you are so inclined. There we go. I don't know if Peter will join, but the invite is sent. Farron's got an invite. We'll just kind of have to see how this plays out. God, we are like 600. I'm 600 messages behind. But let me burn through these 41 super chats here so we don't get like too fucked. You don't, yeah. I don't have Steve Gosney's direct. I would love to have Steve on. I'm just like 40 chats behind and 600 messages behind. I don't have time to check it out. Someone tell him to hit me up here. Be bold, Legal Vices. Give us some predictions for today. Jury instructions. That's the only the predictions are out the fucking window now. He hasn't put on a defense. He hasn't called himself as a witness. He didn't call his mom. It's game over. We're going to do jury instructions tomorrow. Will be final arguments, and then the jury will take the case. And I expect a jury by tomorrow evening. That's it. Malsey, hope she gains some backbone from here on because it's getting tired letting her slide and taking over the court. Yeah, she's trying too hard. That's all it is. Paul Farrell, $5 to help with the blood pressure. Grift on the old salty sea dog. Yeah, we've got the blood pressure meds. I took my last one today, so I've got to go and do this tomorrow. Tomorrow is the re-up on my blood pressure meds. Otherwise, I would double up now so I don't stroke out during all of this. Definitely not Brandon. Star me. You're starred, brah. Thank you so much. What do you got here? Austin Pissy. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. You, Nick, Branca, and Legal Mindset are my favorites of all law YouTubers. So glad Andrew got you on Nick's stream. Take my money. I'll be happy to take your money. Thank you so much for that. And I'm happy you got me on there too. I've been enjoying this, and I appreciate not only my mods that are taking care of this, and you people in chat that are watching this, but the viewers that are just sitting listening to this in the background, the viewers that are just like watching and not participating. I appreciate you guys as well. I mean, that's really what makes this happen. We've got 4,600 people watching this right now, and there's only 2,400 likes. Come on, guys. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. We are 180 people away from 31,000 subscribers. So 180 of you out of 4,596 of you, I'm sure 200 of you aren't subscribed to me. The 200 of you that are not subscribed to me, just go there and hit that subscribe button. This is what we do here. We do this. I worship at the feet of Nick Rackets. Pope Rackets is the Pope. He's the president of LawTube. I'm the vice president, according to people. But all hail the Pope. I'm just following in his footsteps. We're doing this. We're seeing how this works out. But hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and let's get the numbers up. We can get to 4,000 likes literally that fast. 180 of you or whatever the fuck we need to get up to 31,000. That's child's play. Let's do that. So thank you very much, Austin Pissy, for that. And thank you for so much of you that are just like passively watching, but just hit that like and subscribe. That's all we're grifting for today. Sank Uyghur. Oh my God. Sans Uyghur sweaty pussy. Alec Jones judge versus this judge. Wow. Ooh. That's like a sexy girl cat fight. Glad you're covering it, says Dan Usher. For some reason, Dumbass Network guys blocked Rumble after 20 minutes last week. Law and Cuck is kind of buffering here a bit, but we can deal with it. Ember Fox. Hey, Ember Fox. Welcome. Morning, Jeff. I heard you like the movie Tenet. Hell yeah. Tenet is an awesome movie. And screw Nick and screw that Star Wars girl and screw Nina for not liking that movie. I think it's a fucking awesome movie. Have you seen the movie The Lighthouse with Robert Pattinson? Oh, yeah. Wait, where'd my... Oh, I put my Lighthouse hat away. Yeah, Lighthouse is a great movie. Willem Dafoe is just the absolute shit. And I'll say the movie Lighthouse is the movie that made me realize that Robert Pattinson can actually act, which is why I watched The Batman, because I saw him act very, very well in Lighthouse. Boomer, the Court is back. Yeah, we know. We did that. I was hurrying to get through it. We only missed like a minute of bullshit. Top tip, pause it. Okay, X-Comer. Phew. We are burning through these things. Phil Abudi, what's the bet that he begged his mother to be there instead of telling her? I'll tell her she'll be here, like you said, Friday. Yeah, well, you just tell her if I say come, she'll come. And some of you pervs like took that in a horrific way. Eddie Young, we all hold him in contempt. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, it's not actually contempt he's being held in, but I find him contemptible, although not in contempt. Mandalore Wise 01, he's really hiding his face like a toddler who don't want to be seen. Wow, I've never seen it all. Betting he's going to pretend he can't hear them now. Oh, you just happen to be right. That's exactly what he did. Eva Torres, thank you so much for streaming the trial. Work has been stressful, and listening to you in the background has alleviated the stress. That's what I do. In the morning, I watch Law Talk with Mike while he does his court things. And then, like Fair and Balanced, Legal Mindset, when he does this thing, I watch those in the morning. And the afternoon, I finish lunch at exactly the time that Nick Rekieta starts his stream, and I watch that, and then I go home from work and do my own shit. So that's kind of my law tube in a day. So yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad to be part of your day, and thank you so much. Crystal, thank you so much. Crystal Mod, you can't see me. I'm invisible. I'm in my fort. That's literally what he was doing behind his computer screen. Dick. If Brooks does testify, is there any chance prosecution wouldn't even bother to do cross? Well, one, he didn't testify, and two, they had no rebuttal, so I doubt they would have done any cross-examination on him at all. I guess he wouldn't say anything honest and would just waste everyone's time. Thankfully, he didn't waste everyone's time on his cross-examination. Definitely Brandon. Holy crap. Every time this man acts up, I'm gonna make you drink. Good luck and Godspeed. Ugh. I was trying to pull this out, and it had a screw top, not a cork. Uh-oh. The stream may be short today. I just spilled a bunch of whiskey on my keyboard. Hope it was nothing important. Let me kind of shake the water out there. All right. Thank you so much. Definitely not Brandon. Bourbon, the brownest of brown liquors. DB, no, that bitch not showing up, with all due respect. Yeah, that bitch, mama bitch did not show up. Sonia Chris, she does not need to explain, but she is aware of the eyes on this event. I think the explanation is for the public. It's for the record. It's so that she reduces the amount of grounds for appeal, but she's going way overboard with this. I think she doesn't need to do it this much. Mandalore Wise 01 called it. Yeah, you did. Dirty Dan, since you're the law racks that speaks for the ships, do they speak Vietnamese or Korean? Why would a ship speak Vietnamese? Why would it speak Korean for that matter? It just speaks the language of ships. The law racks has spoken. Definitely not Brandon. The judge's girlfriend. Nice. The judge's girlfriend must have told her to take a stand today. As weak as she is close to starting for the softball team. Wow. We're 150 away from 31,000, by the way. Come on, guys, get over there. And we've got 2,700 likes is all. Come on, get us up to 4,000 likes. Get off your rockers and do something here. Andrew Maggard, if she thinks she could get a conviction before lunch, yeah, if she oh, that's not a thing, that's a shut up. If she shuts up, she could get a conviction before lunch. Oh, we've got lots of jury instructions to get through, my friend. They're going to argue about jury instructions today. They're going to give the closing arguments tomorrow. And then hopefully tomorrow afternoon, they'll start the jury instructions, which will be 7 hours at least. if we judge by the preliminary, like the pre-action jury instructions they read. So I'm guessing the jury will get it and have a verdict by Wednesday evening. That's what I'm thinking. Wednesday evening is my prediction, or maybe Wednesday noon. Sometime Wednesday will be the verdict, I believe. Brandon, oh my Christ. No, bring him in there, gag him, make him listen to it, then move on. Also, drink more. You're falling behind. Also, get a guest on to help you endure the pain. I've sent out two guest notices. Usually I'd have Aussie Overlord over here, but he's going to take over at some point in the lunch break, so he's sleeping now. Little does he know he's going to get jury instructions. Poor fucking bastard. I had to sit through 7 hours of jury instructions at the beginning of this trial. So I don't feel bad for him at all. Ginger Snap Girl. I love Ginger Snaps. Ginger Snaps are the fucking bomb. They're my favorite cookie. His next prison tat, 90611. I almost want to get one of those at this point. 200 watts studio. This judge is she's not in way over her head. She's just trying too hard to do the right thing. You can do the right thing, and then you can try too hard to do the right thing. She's trying too hard to do the right thing. Ugh. She's actually doing things right. Yeah, exactly. That's what Chad Tran said. She's actually doing the right thing. She's just doing the right things too much. She can say, "I'm the judge. This is my judgment. This is how I'm ruling. If you don't like it, appeal." End of story. That's all she needs to do. Bald Eagle 1787. This matches the patter of female judges wasting time over explaining everything instead of getting to the point. God bless Justice Thomas's word count. Yet Justice Thomas on the U.S. Supreme Court is notorious for not saying anything. DeLeo Turk. The first 1,000 times he brought it up, I didn't get it, but subject matter jurisdiction. He's innocent. Judge Mommy Universe 27301. Yeah, right. Phew. 11 more of these to go through. Then we've got to catch up on about 2,000 messages I haven't been able to comb through yet. The Silver Leaf. Judge Cuddles needs to stop this. And Judge Cuddles. I like that. Judge Cuddles gonna cuddle for you, baby. Tank Rat. Hey, what's up, bro? You are streaming on Rumble yet? I have my Rumble thing set. I don't think it's streaming if it's streaming simultaneously, I don't know. But I have Rumble set up. There's like the Rumble chat somewhere down there in my links. I'm just using it as a backup for this at this point. Last time I checked, I've made a grand total of 3 cents on Rumble. So yeah, it's not lucrative yet. But yeah, I'm on Rumble. The Rumble address is somewhere. The mods will post it up, I'm sure. But you can go there. It's just kind of my YouTube backup in case shit hits the fan like it's doing with everybody else. K-Rab, if she has to run for office, she will never get elected. She has no spine. She needs to be a little more focused. But I think now we're getting to the instructions. She has no reason to mollycoddle him. D-Flash60, she's the parent who's trying to count to 3 and never gets past 2 going into the frac. Exactly. That's what I've said the last 2 times I've done this. Is 2, 1, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4, 2 5/8. You just say 3 and fuck him. That's all she's got to do. Rick Nikeda, and so you are the reason that Rick Nikeda here is the reason that I cannot say Nick Nikeda half the fucking time. I'm always saying Rick Nikeda because of you, motherfucker. Brooke says like 5 words, and this judge rambles on for like an hour every time. She lost control of the court. Fair enough. Incelsior. I think the judge has been explaining to the leftist media outlet and BLM Antifa, who are probably itching to make DB into yet another martyr. Oh, I think it's kind of like Dave Chappelle said with Juicy Sommelier, with Juicy Smollett. It's like, we are supporting you with our silence because we know you're full of fucking Brandon. Oh my Christ. 2 shots. It's going to be a long day. A long day. God damn it. All right. Let me finish this one and then I'll load up the next one. Oh, wow. I wish I had some good whiskey within arm's reach. Right now, we're just doing We're doing shots of Evan Williams. And this bottle I bought like on the way home from work today. So fuck. Thank you. Definitely not Brandon. I'm going to drink this one slowly, but it's locked and loaded. Rick Nikita again. Brooks. Something, subject matter jurisdiction. Judge, let me ramble on for 30 minutes again about subject matter jurisdiction for the 10th time. All right, we're still going with the stream here. Still nothing new. Still checking us out here. I'm just going to pull this up. I'm tired of looking at his fucking mug. Whew. 3 more, and then I've got over 2,000 messages to scroll up through. I can't even say messages anymore. I'm getting liquored up. Dr. Occam. Oh, nice, Nick. I am the Lorax. Oh, you got to do it with like the Danny DeVito shika. I am the Lorax. I sue for disease. I sue for disease. The seas would like you to be keel-hauled and walk the plank. All hail the Lorax. Cody Viles not making a choice is still a choice. Fucking-exactly. Him choosing not to make a choice was him making the choice not to do it. I miss it. I just got up. What happened? Dion, go fuck yourself. Seriously. We're not open, jury's out, ramble, bitch. Moan, not fair, subject matter jurisdiction, blah, 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 car recall, blah, 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 no witness, blah, 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 go to the bad boy room, you're in the bad boy room, blah, 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 can't hear, am I muted, blah, 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 fuck off, okay, jury in, hey, jury, we're gonna wrap this up today, he's not doing anything, come back tomorrow, we're gonna do jury instructions. There. That's what you missed, Dion. Thank you so much for the super chat. Holy Christ. Now I've got to go up through like literally 1.5 billion messages to search for super chat while we're still out here. Oh, Christ. I have no idea even where I am. All right, let's scroll up here and see if I can see. Honest to God, like Nick, I have zero idea how Nick handles this shit, how he manages 4 separate chats, at least 4 separate chats at the same time and manages to get everything. I can't even fucking handle one at this level. We are 136 away from 31,000 subscribers. So please, for the love of God, get over there and hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and let's get me up to 31,000 subscribers fucking day. And let's get up to at least 6,000 likes. We can get up to 6,000 likes. While I'm scrolling up here looking for the first super chat that I missed, you all can hit that like button. Y'all can hit the subscribe button. There's no reason we're not doing this. Oh, whoa, what the fuck? Wow, all right. I'm literally like scrolling up through thousands of messages. People are telling me to turn on the slow chat. Ugh. I got to catch up before I can do that. I'm not even caught up enough that I can take the time out to go over and turn on slow chat. Oh, God, you guys are the best. I swear to God. Fuck me. And I'm just going to say right now, if I miss any super chats, I am so totally, amazingly sorry for doing this. But I am doing the best goddamn thing I can. Okay. We finally caught up to where we are in the grand scheme of things. Now we just got to go through and click off the super chats we haven't already hit. Scrolling very, very fucking slowly down through this sea. But again, I think we're gonna have a verdict by Wednesday evening. That's my prediction. Wednesday evening at the latest. And of course, it's going to be guilty. There's literally in my head 0 chance that he's going to walk on this. If he does, well, fuck me. I just don't see it happening. This has been a very long 10 minutes the court is going to be out. She said 10 minutes. I wonder what's happening behind the scenes. She's got to be getting into it with him again. I just don't know. She said 10 minutes, and this has been way fucking longer than
On
10
the record,
minutes.
appearances
Oh, there we
are
go.
as they were before. The record should
God damn it.
that Mr. Brooks continues to appear from the other courtroom. I would like to make a record regarding the audio and visual from the other courtroom. I've asked that one of the bailiffs who was present during the last session, present in that courtroom, come to this courtroom. I'm going to put him under oath and have him testify about the audio. I also have information.
Oh, God.
From Zach Tremaine, our IT specialist. He too will take the witness stand. And I just want to make a full record of, he did a.
Oh, Judge, please don't make a
decibel
full record.
reading regarding the audio as well. All right, we have Deputy.
Again,
Cooper.
this is
She
just
can
so
take the
she
witness
can
stand.
prove that he had access to audio and the audio is 2 to 3 times louder than it was in the courtroom. This is an utter
Sir, could you
fucking
please
waste
raise
of
your right
time.
hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat. Please state your first and last names for the record.
First name is Nicholas, last name is Kibler. First name Nicholas, last name Kibler.
Thank you.
Kibbles and bits.
You are a Waukesha County Sheriff's Deputy,
I am.
and have you been assigned to work this case?
I have.
And were you present in courtroom 20 this morning?
Nice
with
neck
Mr.
beard,
Brooks when
dude.
he was removed from this courtroom
It's
to
not
that
really a neck
courtroom?
beard.
I was.
And did you make any personal observations regarding the audio and visual setup that we have over there?
Both the audio and visual were working properly. The audio was a lot louder than it has been in the past while we were in that room.
Did you have any difficulty hearing the court?
I did not.
This is not necessary,
Of
but
course,
I
you could
understand why
see
she's
through
doing
the,
it.
Cameras from this courtroom into the neighboring courtroom.
I could.
All right, that's the only record I wanted to make. State, have any
Ugh.
questions?
Just briefly, Deputy Kibler, the defendant asked many times if he was muted or unmuted. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Can you confirm that even on the occasions when his microphone was muted, the audio in the courtroom continued to work?
it was.
And at any time while Mr. Brooks was muted, or even if you didn't know, at any time did Mr. Brooks ask to be brought back over to this courtroom, sir?
He did not. He is telling us he prefers right now to be in that courtroom. He did not want to come back in here.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks,
Brooks?
you are unmuted. Do you have any questions for this deputy?
Nope.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
I feel so bad
And
for
I'm gonna
Ozzy
have
Overlord when he
Zach
takes over the
Tremaine
stream.
Also take the witness stand. Do you have- I have it on my screen. Can you do a project it, please? Yes. All right. There is, first of all, sir, stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony?
What
you're
the
about
fuck
to
is
give
she
will be the truth,
testifying to?
nothing but the truth?
He,
All right, thank
sorry.
you. Be seated.
I didn't mean
State
to
your first and last
misgender
name
him.
For the record, please.
Zachary Tremaine, Zachary. Tremaine is Tremane.
Is he the audio video
All right,
guy?
And what is your position with the clerk of courts office here in Waukesha?
I'm the IT coordinator for the Waukesha
Yep.
County Circuit Courts.
Were you in courtroom 20 this morning following Mr. Brooks being taken to that courtroom?
Only temporarily. I was there when the call started, and then we came back to do a measurement of the DVD later.
There's a document or a photograph that's displayed on the monitors throughout this courtroom. Can you tell me what we're looking at?
So my phone is in the photo, overlaid on top of what we call the X panel. It is our AV control panel. So you push buttons on it and actions happen in the courtroom, AV related. At that time of the photo, my phone is registering 67.3 decibels in that courtroom. And that was when the judge or the
Decibels,
judge
not
was talking,
decibels.
And then the sound was coming over the speakers in the other courtroom.
And what, if anything, based on your training?
What,
and
if
experience,
any?
Can you tell me 67 decibels means?
It's plenty loud. For comparison, I did a quick reading in the media pooling room, which is CG6 in our courthouse. The meter there was reading between 55 and 65. So it's louder than the audio feed going to the media right now.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
His beard is on point. I'll give him
on
beard
the state?
points. He gets beard points.
Sir, I'm looking at the photo, and Your Honor, for the record, this photo will be made a court exhibit.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
loud.
Okay. I'm looking.
That's, like,
at
really
your
loud.
Phone screen, and it looks like in the upper right-hand corner, it appears the time is either 9:26 or 9:36 a.m.
On my phone, yes, I believe our AV processor, which is the other time of 9:23, I believe that just needs to be updated, but
Okay,
it is approximately 9:26 when the photo was taken.
those are my questions.
All right, thank you,
Wait,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
So
Oh,
it's
go ahead.
like 70, 60, like 3 to
You don't
70
happen to know
decibels
what
is
decibels are
about
in
the
this
same
room?
level as a washer or
I have
dryer
the same
unit.
thing up on my phone while people are talking.
Thank you.
All right,
Mr.
let's
First,
do
any
the bigger
questions
court
for
vid.
this witness.
For the record, I don't consent to being called that name. Do you know anything about
Okay, point. It is a ginger beard. We'll knock off 10 points for being ginger.
hearing loss in any of their ears?
I do not.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know if
I
can hear
did.
anything good from this courtroom.
I can tell you what the readout of the room is. Beyond that, I don't know.
Well, I can't see what photo that everybody else is in there seeing that was supposed to be made an exhibit. I have not viewed that, so I don't know what's being referred to when you refer to the picture.
I'll have to show you that in a different way. I don't have the Zoom up and running, which would have been the mechanism to allow for an exhibit to be displayed. I can start that and have that up momentarily. Fair enough. So give me a moment.
Okay, ginger women are okay.
For the moment, we'll
Redheaded
print
women
it
are
in black
hot.
and
Ginger
white, so you
dudes,
have
not
it,
okay. He gets
so I can
minus
get the
10 for
Zoom
being a
up.
ginger male. Dr. Occam, I am the law racks. I read that one. Sorry. Not making a choice is still a choice. Yes, we read that one already too. Bring in the dancing lobsters. Solid take. E. Poindexter, if you choose not to decide, you have still made a choice. Best lyrics ever, but here's a real life example. Yeah. Fair enough. Judge Mommy got even hotter by laying the smack down on this. Wonder who told her to stop letting him walk all over her. She's still kind of behaving a little lame today. Faith Diamond, what would Judge Hawkeye do in this case? Light him the fuck up. What the fuck is she calling?
You are in the meeting now.
Wait, what the
I
fuck?
need to get the other courtroom in, so just one moment.
Oh, okay. The Dragon, quickly shill your coupon code. Get folks to buy my tea, the Dragon's Treasure. Please go to the Dragon's Treasure. You want to get some of the most amazing tea. I have already ordered a bunch of tea, and it's on its way, I hope. I hope it's on its way. I've ordered it. You better be fucking sending it to me. Go to... You definitely want to go to the Dragon's Treasure, order some tea. It's winter. Winter is the perfect time to enjoy some wonderful tea. I've got 2 different teas on its way to me because I love tea, because it's winter and tea warms the cockles of my heart.
Polycom to Polycom, and then I'm going to call it in through the Zoom so I can share the screen with you.
And if you use code VICES, you get 10% off all of your tea orders from the Dragon's Treasure. And as soon as I get my actual supply of Dragon's Treasure tea, I will be drinking it on stream because I fucking love tea.
Except now both room systems are
Korea is a very tea-centric culture, and I will be contributing to tea drinking as soon as I get my Dragon's Treasure tea. And I actually used my own discount code to get a discount on the Dragon's Treasure tea. Use code VICES, get your 10% discount now.
You are in the meeting now.
Laser
so
Doctor.
the
Hopefully for a
record should
laugh.
reflect
Shark fin
that.
soup. Do. Shark fin soup. Yeah. Shark fin
I've
soup.
now changed the audio visual from the Polycom unit to the use of Zoom. I've called in both courtrooms, and they can hear
Deanna,
from
we already
over
went through that.
there. And then I'll do
Tank Rat, have to gift more memberships so people can fully enjoy the boomer mode and emojis. Oh, fuck, I missed that.
I have to go from full screen to single screen.
Tank Rat gifted
the way I
20
sign in,
Legal
but I'll
Vices
see
memberships.
a second, and then I'll share
If you were
screen
one
so
of the lucky
color
people to get
exhibit can be
20
viewed by-
memberships from Tank Rat, please tell him thank you because he is an awesome motherfucker. Thank you, Tank Rat. Deeply appreciated it. Coleman Sweeney, this morning made me think of some of my favorite torture methods. I think it would be funny if they could sentence Brooks to keel hauling since he thinks this is a maritime court. Yeah, just drag him along behind the vessel for a while until he drowns. The state of Wisconsin says, dang, here you was served and ready to testify. Oh, well. Yep. The state of Wisconsin,
Right,
oh, we just read that one.
Court is sharing screen and the
Ryan MacArthur.
image is being displayed.
How would he have questioned himself if he did take the stand? Again, it can go one of two ways. Either he can just give a narrative or he can literally ask himself and answer questions, both of which I've
okay,
seen.
Thank you. Any questions regarding that then, sir?
No.
My question was, pretty much already answered. You don't know if me myself can hear everything you did in your courtroom, correct?
I do not, correct.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll stop sharing. Okay, thank you, Zach. You can step down. All right, I just wanted to put that on the record since
To law student, is the
was
car covered under the UCC, Your
issue
Honor? Oh,
raised by Mr.
fuck the
Brooks
UCC and fuck all the sovereign citizens that use the UCC.
now
Is there
I need to get
stupid
a copy
bullshit
of
answers.
the jury instructions. They were quite lengthy. The records
Aster at the
reflect
Grim.
that Mr.
He is
Brooks
100% going to claim he was refused the chance to testify.
provided with a written copy. It's 100.
And right now, we're not missing anything reading the super chat. She's asking for a copy of the 7.5 hour long jury instructions.
On its way.
Flux, law racks. I'm the law racks.
That's if I'm not muted.
Law racks equals law titties. I don't even understand that, but I like titties. You like titties. We all like titties. So, hey, there you go. Titties.
Your request is denied.
It has yet to be verified. It has yet to be verified.
Your request is noted.
Your Honor,
It's denied without
Good.
further hearing or consideration.
Good. Mute it. Mute his fucking ass.
that, the evidentiary phase is supposed to be closed. How come I haven't been able to present my evidence into the record as I've asked numerous times on the record
What?
to be able to do? I've said I have numerous documents that needed to go into the record. Why have they not been permitted to be made?
Because you're a fucking asshole, Brooks.
I didn't rest my case.
Lucky cat.
So I don't know
Darrell
why
ran
that's
unopposed
being
in the last election. You figure it'll be the case of the next go around.
I have yet to
Maybe.
be able to offer my
I'll be right back.
into the
Hang
record
tight.
for evidence.
Put up with this shit by yourselves.
How's that so, Your Honor?
So the court did declare the evidentiary phase of this trial closed. I specifically found that you forfeited your right to present any further evidence or testimony when you failed to answer my questions regarding the calling of witnesses. And then I also declared that you forfeited your right to testify. Specifically as it relates to your trial filing, sir, I would note that all evidence in a trial must be proper, it must be probative, it must be relevant, and it must follow all rules of procedure and all rules of evidence. To the extent that you wrote all of those documents, sir, that would be hearsay. And for that reason, I'm denying your request to make them part of the record.
They were not hearsay, Your Honor. I did what you told me to do. You told me, since I was representing myself pro per, that I had to write everything out and present them to the court.
So that's not what I said. You're misquoting me, but in any event, I'm
No, that's
denying
what
your
you said.
request. I
So
said,
you're saying that I have no right to present evidence and to have exhibits as the state's been able to do.
Mr. Brooks,
Are
I'm
you
not going to
denying-
have a debate about this
Are you
now.
denying
I
me-
have,
are you-
I gotta
are you
mute him
denying
once
me your
again.
right?
So, Mr. Brooks, I have muted you because I declared the evidentiary phase of this trial closed. You
Closed.
forfeited your right to present further evidence and testimony previously by refusing to answer the court's questions. I will specifically address the filings. Number one, it is not true that I advised him that
Don't
any
explain
filing
this
would
shit.
become evidence. That is simply false. Number two, filings, I told him if he wanted to present motions, should be written down and should be based in law and fact and request specific relief. I'm well aware that previously he has referenced he would like his filings made exhibits. I've reviewed those filings. There's nothing relevant, nothing probative, or the information contained therein is hearsay. Mr. Brooks would have needed to testify regarding any statements that he, from himself, testimony. He cannot simply put in an affidavit. That's not proper. That's hearsay. And he hasn't asked in any of those filings that he hasn't put forth any exception to the hearsay rule that would allow this court to admit.
He doesn't even know what
his
this shit
written
means because he's a
filings.
fuckwit.
I believe without fail, they are all irrelevant, not probative, and hearsay, and therefore not admissible. So we're moving on to the discussion of jury instructions.
Ugh.
When Mr. Brooks wants to abide by the rules of decorum and civility, I will unmute him. He clearly just took the entire packet of jury instructions and put them, I don't know what's under the table, if it's a garbage can or if he just simply put them under the table, but they are no longer.
Come on, Brooks.
in
Jam the objection sign down
I
your
will,
pants like you did
however,
before.
unmute him so that we can get his feedback regarding jury instructions. It's typically a back and forth. We'll go through them.
Oh my God, this is going to
And,
take for
we'll
fucking
ask
ever.
The parties, whether there are any instructions they believe should be included, and we'll have a discussion on that. And then we'll talk about whether any of the instructions that are in here need to be modified in any way, taken out, edited.
All right, we are exactly 94 people
You're
away
unmuted
from
now, but as long as-
31,000
but you have
subscribers.
to not interrupt.
94 of you, just get down there and hit it.
I'm not trying to interrupt, but how can you deny me the chance to put on the adequate defense by saying nothing that you told me to do can be presented into evidence? So you filed them. You filed everything that I gave to you. You
Right,
filed.
Mr. Brooks, I'm
And
going
that's
to
all I'm
mute you
saying.
because this is not relevant at this time.
It is.
He's raised tone of voice. He's very animated. He threw the jury instructions on the floor. I understand you're upset, sir. I understand you believe I'm violating your right to present a defense.
Oh, come on, law cuck. Unbuffer your fucking self. Again, this is not me. This is law and cuck all by themselves.
I've made my rulings. I determine you forfeited your right to testify, which includes the right to present evidence as you would have testified. I closed I closed off your ability to call any other witnesses by finding that you forfeited your right to do so based upon your conduct. I understand
It's
you're
not
frustrated.
me.
I understand you believe that I'm not without authority to do that. I made specific factual findings. I've referenced the law, and you being upset with the decision is not going to change my mind. He's also taken the headphones off. It's his choice right now whether he participates in this jury instruction conference. It is his choice. But if he is going to spout off about things that I've already determined, I will continue to exercise the mute function on the audio equipment. I'll unmute him again, but you are advised, sir, you need to be proper. You need to not interrupt, and you need to stay on task, which we're discussing jury instructions, not other evidence, not subject matter jurisdiction, not your belief that I told you to file things a certain way. We are now discussing jury instructions.
She's talking more than him at this
Again,
point.
I'll unmute him to see if he can follow these simple rules.
You need to tell me why I can't present evidence.
You lost your fucking chance, you dick fuck.
Right to present evidence.
All right,
I
I will
told
mute
you
him
before
once
this.
again because he wants to continue. And again, I understand
Simply,
he's upset.
you lost your chance
understand
because
that.
when she asked you if you
But
wanted to do it,
he
you didn't
has
fucking
a
answer, you
self-blame
fuckwit.
for his conduct this morning and the rulings that I've made. All right, so let's go through these jury instructions. First of all, has the state received a copy of the draft?
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Here we get into the most boring fucking shit you can ever
Mr.
stream
Brooks,
right now.
Do you acknowledge receipt? I believe you did by acknowledging it previously, but do you acknowledge receipt of the draft of the final jury instructions?
Exactly.
I didn't acknowledge nothing, and I don't acknowledge anything now. I have not received anything.
I would ask the bailiff to pick up the documents from the floor and put them in front of him.
And
once
I'm
again.
not presenting it to nothing I don't give my consent to. You can't deny me the right to put on a defense. How can you tell me when I just stated
I'm going to
3
read
or
it
4
once
times?
again because, again, I understand he's upset. If the bailiff could confirm, well,
The bailiff's just pulling shit out of the garbage.
That's his right. They're not in front of him, but it's by his own conduct that he's done that.
She's
The
not
record
listening
should
to me.
reflect Mr. Brooks is muted because he wants to continue to debate with this court about my prior rulings regarding his.
She is not denying him his right to present
By
evidence in
conduct,
his
his
favor.
right to present
She gave him the
further
opportunity and
evidence on
he
his
did
behalf.
not answer. So she said, okay, you're not answering. So I take that as meaning you don't have any witnesses. You don't have any arguments to make. So I'm shutting it down. That's what she
I know
did.
one of
If
the
he doesn't
things
like
I
it, he can
probably
fucking
need to
appeal.
Look at, I'm not sure if Madam Clerk did this or not, would be the language from the amendment from the amended information on count 70.
I have no idea. I don't even want to contemplate what it would be like to be a cuck like this fucking idiot.
No, I don't want to do that. What do you got? I changed, hold on. 76, the 76 count, just want to make, it says near Frame Park, so it is in there, but that was just one question I had. All right. So state have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
I'm
Haze
just
him.
going through each one. I'm on page 50 of 107. Everything's looking great so far.
Okay. Fair enough. There's 107 pages. I certainly can give the parties. some
Oh
time
my
to
Christ on the
continue
cross,
to-
107 pages of jury instructions. Fuck me. And she's going to read every single one of those pages when it's time to read the jury instructions. That's why I say the vast majority of tomorrow is going to be dedicated to her reading nothing but jury instructions. Before the trial, at the beginning of the trial, she read jury instructions for 7 hours. 7.5 hours, I think it was. It's going to be longer this time. Josh Fabian, this man is a hero and an inspiration to us all. The fact that he hasn't been killed yet while acting this way.
I'm going to deny that request. He can remain in the other courtroom.
He doesn't live forever. Holy Christ. He literally has built himself a little fort to hide behind. You fuckstick. Oh my Christ. He has built himself a little fort to hide behind like a fucking weasel that he is. Holy Christ on a cross. You fuckwit.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
You fucking coward.
I know he's muted, but I can certainly hear him from this side. He appears to be yelling at the top of his lungs. I can't decipher what he's yelling.
He's muted. That's why you can't decipher what he's yelling. Wow. This is off the fucking hook. Phew. Magnus Borson. Streaming this god-awful trial at midnight. I tip my hat to you, sir. Thank you. Hot girl. I'm not sure if you want, but TMJ4 is a local channel there. Live. Love your channel. What is he fucking doing?
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
What is he pointing at?
I'll advise Mr. Brooks, without a specific waiver of his right to be present, even if it's from the remote courtroom, he's going to remain in that courtroom. And that would require him to have a colloquy with me.
Oh my God. It's time for cricket. Now I gotta catch up. I gotta catch up on the drinks here. No, I'm all up to date on the shots. I've got them all. That is the empty last shot. Don't fucking call me a coward. I'm not like a build yourself a little fort of legal documents behind your monitor cuck ass like this fucking fuckwit of a fucking asshole is. All right, hot girl. Oh, we did that one. Sorry. K-Rab, of course he's going to make a record because Brooks thinks he has her checkmated by saying you deprived me of my right to testify, Mom. Fuck him. Seriously, fuck this fucking asshole. Chat are asking for a bigger court vid, Jeff, Joe Choi. Thank you so much. I know they are, and I gave them what they wanted. ASL interpreter. Oh, this is interesting. American Sign Language interpreter here, and all of my clients where they're listening devices
Brooks,
when they want to
you
hear,
are still
not
muted
throw their
by me,
aids
but
on the
I
table.
know the audio is working, but I would ask you to specifically advise if there are any specific jury instructions that you are asking be read to the jury.
See, John. Will Brooks sue the people he ran over to fix SUV? This fuck probably would. Oh my God, Brooks, you fucking asshole. Look at, oh, this is ridiculous. This is fucked up. Hiding behind this little stack of fucking boxes. You fuckwit. Oh, we're over the 2-minute mark, so I can just say, you fucking cunt. God damn it. Susanna Tudapana. I think she was going over and over it because the people of Waukesha deserve an explanation from him, and she wanted to give it every chance. Yeah, but she's going far too beyond what she has to do. Romulus Cushman Project. I, as a guy, have mainly brunette hair, and I have some red in it. So do I only have a portion of a soul? But yes, ginger girls, don't at me. Ginger girls for the win. Redheads. I got a thing for redheads. It must be like part of my Irish DNA, but redheads got a special place in my heart. Totally not a Russian bot. Ted Bundy was a more likable lawyer. No, he wasn't actually a lawyer. Interestingly enough, Ted Bundy and I went to the same law school, University of Utah. And my first day of law school in my property class, I sat in the back corner of the courtroom, and my professor.
Brooks, if you have specific instructions or
Pause.
categories of instructions that you believe this court should consider, I need you to write them down on a piece of paper. If you don't have, I believe I see a writing utensil. I'm not sure if I see a pad of paper. We'll make sure you have that. But given your current demeanor, which is still seems quite animated and a loud raised voice, I'd ask that you write it down.
Jessica Richardson says, "What? You're a fellow Utahn? Wow, that's rad." No, like in my first day of law school, I was born and raised in Logan, Utah. By the way, Jessica Richardson, Utah is I'm a Utah homie. In my law school class, in my property class, I sat in the back left-hand corner looking at it from the professor's point of view. And the professor was going through the list. And when he got to my name, he said, "Congratulations, Jeff. You are sitting in Ted Bundy's seat." So in my property class, I sat in the same chair that Ted Bundy sat in. That's my connection to Ted Bundy. Mormon, yeah, I'm still on the church records somewhere. But yeah, that's my Ted Bundy story. In my property class, I sat in Ted Bundy's seat. He never graduated from University of Utah Law School, and by all accounts from the other professors, he was a piece of shit. And he was a shitty person. Carla Vega, I love Utah. Yeah, me too. I'm a Utah homie too, says Heidi Peck. If any of you are in Salt Lake County, please vote Danny on for Salt Lake County District Attorney. Get that piece of garbage Sim Gill out of office and make sure you vote Danny on for District Attorney in the upcoming elections. She deserves it. She's going to bring change. She is going to hold criminals accountable for their behavior. In Utah, and it snowed last night. Yeah, you must be in like the northern part of the state. My sister lives in Logan. She sent me like all these Snapchat pictures of it snowing in Utah, for fuck's sakes. GM, I don't know what part of Utah you're in, but my sister in Logan was sending me Snapchats of it snowing in Logan, Utah.
How's the state doing on its review? Okay.
Salt Lake County here, already planning on voting for her. Austin Pissy, you better vote for Danny on, because she's a fresh breath of air. Sim Gill has been a failure of a prosecutor. My very, very, very first case ever as a clerk dealing with him when I was in law school, he was an absolute ass clown, and he's never progressed beyond that point. All right, she's giving us a lot of breaks by not talking. So let's clear some of the last few super chats here. Faith Diamond, the more you embrace being ginger, the more soul you lose. Come to the ginger side. We have cookies. I'm from Irish stock. Like Irish and Lithuanian are the major parts of my ancestry. So all of my nieces and nephews, my sister, are all gingers. But I got a soft spot for redheads, I got to tell you. If you're a redhead, that's like 90% of the way. All day at 50 subscription. If you guys get legal advice at over 31K, we are 43 people away from 31,000 subscribers. 43 more people, and Tankrad has promised to drop 50 subscriptions on people. He's already dropped another 20 Legal Vices memberships that I didn't mention. So thank you for those 20 memberships. But if you guys hit 31,000 subscriptions, he will drop another 50 subscriptions. We are now 41 people away from 31,000. Those of you that have not subscribed to my channel, that are not members of my channel, hit that subscribe button and you have a chance of picking up one of 50 subscriptions that Tankrat has promised. And Tankrat, he follows through on his fucking promises. We are now 16 away from 31,000 members. We're now 12 away. Finally, Judge Delicious, pinch those nipples. Judge Delicious is putting her foot down. Isaac Baruch's wholesome gabagool art says the evidence will show. Law and Cuck is buffering, not me. It's Law and Cuck. And Tank Rat. Speaking of redheads, I had a crush on Carol Decker T'Pau when I was a youngin'. T'Pau is a redhead, like the original Star Trek, the original series T'Pau. I didn't know she was a redhead. Okay, I had a crush on T'Pau. So if T'Pau is actually a redhead, that would be 31,020 memberships. Tank Rat, drop those 50 memberships right fucking now, brah. We are at 31,024 right now. It's up to you. You owe us 50 memberships. And I dropped the stream because I'm a dick. Let's bring this back up. All right. Come on. You promised, Tank Rat. I'm not going to let you off the hook till you drop those 50 memberships you promised to get me over the 31,000 member mark, 31,000 subscriber mark. We're at 31,027 now. Drop those subscriptions. Drop them, Tank Rat. You owe us subscriptions. Let those subscriptions flow, biatch. Tank Rat has just dropped 50 Legal Vices memberships. If you are a recipient of these 50 Legal Vices memberships, tell Tank Rat thank you so much for his generosity. Boom! The boomer has done it. Boomer!
Well, yeah. That's just the easiest because this goes after credibility. And then 325. Which it's before defendant elects not to testify, and we have to toss up that one. Yeah.
Oh, we have other old people here. Oh, where'd it go? Damn it.
Mr. Brooks,
I'm
I'll
boomered
advise
out
you
here.
Once again, if there are any specific requests for either instructions.
I think he meant the band T'Pau. No, I don't. T'Pau, like T'Pau was a Star Trek: The Next Generation character when Spock had to do the Pon farr every 7 years, and he got in this big fight with Kirk. But the group T'Pau that sang "Heart and Soul" from the okay. Tank Rat is clarifying he was mentioning the T'Pau pop group in the 80s, 90s from the UK. T'Pau was an awesome pop group in the 80s with Heart and Soul from the Bridge of Spies album, 1987. Yeah, T'Pau sang Heart and Soul, Valentine, Secret Garden, China in Your Hand, Sex Talk. Absolutely a great band from the 80s, but they were inspired by the Star Trek, the original series character T'Pau, who Kirk and Spock had to fight over during the Pon farr ritual. So thank you, T'Pau, for A, giving 50 memberships, and B, for calling out the rather obscure 80s band T'Pau. I'm a huge T'Pau fan. Oh, fuck me. I didn't realize she was a ginger. I don't think I've ever seen a T'Pau video. Wow, now that we got that out of our systems. That was pretty epic. Okay, so Tank Rat clarifying that it's not all the way back to 1964. It was just back to the 80s with the pop band T'Pau. And if you haven't heard T'Pau's Heart and Soul, that was their number one. That was their big hit. I don't think it got all the way to number one, but it got pretty close. For those of you that don't know, I was a radio DJ from 86 to 88, and then again from 91 to 93. And I worked at a top 40 station back then. So the songs from like the 1983 to about 88 were my bailiwick. That's kind of what we played all the time. And T'Pau they kind of hit the big time real quick there with the song Heart and Soul. So go back and after I'm done, of course, because I don't want you to interrupt my stream. But go Google Tapao, Heart and Soul, and listen to the song. And I don't think I've ever seen the video, so I'll go watch the video later. But because I didn't know she was a ginger. That's how this all started. But Tapao, Heart and Soul is a great song. Enough said. Oh my God, Judge, you're killing me here. Oh, wait. Oh, Uncivil Law says he has a spot for one guest if anyone wants to join me for whatever this Darrell Brooks thing is. Probably only going to last for another hour or so, I would imagine, based on how things are going. Okay, he's inviting people to his stream. I was going to invite him to my stream, but apparently he's doing his own stream. So, hey, Kurt. If you get bored, you're always welcome on my stream, Kurt. Oh, Christ. Wow, we're up to 31,048 subscriptions at this point. We can get up to 31,100 before the end of the day. Why not grift like a motherfucker while I still can? Oh, I'm scrolling through the chats to make sure we haven't missed any super chats. I don't think we have. Whoa, fuck. I guess we have. We've missed a lot. Oh, God. And again, there are so many of you here right now. And, you know, there are so many of you sending chats and super chats. I'm trying desperately not to miss any of them. But if I do, I so apologize. It's not intentional. I'm just like being seriously overwhelmed by the love and respect that you guys are showing. Not only for those of you that in the chat, but for those of you that are just listening in the background while you go about your daily business and your daily work and stuff. I so deeply appreciate it. Come on, lawn cuck. Pull your head out of your buffering ass. Ugh. I've missed so many chats. I'm going back through and scrolling up to see what I've missed and what I haven't.
I know on my review,
Hang
I
tight.
noted a few spots that either in the headings have some information or words that might need to be.
If we hit number Andrew, aka Legal Vices, will send you a dick pic. No.
Tell me.
No. That will never happen.
Starting, and then we'll go page by
No.
page and just tell me what page number and what section.
So I think the first concern I have is with regards to the bail jumping. I know that we had charged.
He has previously been accused of bail jumping. That's part of the
I do
charges.
believe it would be assistive to the jury to have the specific case number. So when we first talking about 61 of 107, we start talking about the bail jumping, and then we go specifically on page 63 of 107.
Wolfram, okay, unsubscribing to subscribe.
74 and 75.
Doesn't work like that.
I think it might be helpful to put the Milwaukee case number, because they are different case numbers, so that they know exactly what they're finding, that he was out on bail and that as conditions of his release. And those bail bonds were entered into evidence.
Yeah, so he jumped bail previously, amongst other crimes that he's alleged to have committed.
The information.
And then just because I think this was just a
No audio. Fuck what?
well, I guess I'll have you, when we look at the verdict forms on page 102 to 107 for the bail jumpings, there's verdicts for
audio.
the bail jumpings for three.
Yeah, we
separate
worked that
counts,
out a while
74,
ago.
75, 76. I don't think there should not be one for 76. I believe that should be the battery.
That would be true.
And all of you that remember the group from the 80s to POW, I just have one thing to say to you. You're all fucking old like me. Again, go back and listen. Everybody just Google Tapao Heart, TPAU, Heart and Soul. What a great song. Oh, it's courtroom ASMR. The prosecutor's giving us some ASMR. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to traumatize you all. Oh my God, this is so boring. Come on, court. Pull your head out of your ass and do something. I'm going through the chat and I'm finding all of the super chats I missed. And then I'll get to them. I swear.
Computer's just acting up a bit, so I'm going to search. I want to see what the information says. And then I'll ask Mr. Brooks if he has a position on that. Sometimes it's easier if
Mr.
we
Brooks
just
doesn't
list
have a
out,
position on
I guess,
anything.
what the changes are requested. I'm going
Sure.
to make some notes and then we'll go through
Sure.
one by one. But so,
And I
first
don't
is
believe it
page-
was spelled out in the amended information.
Say that again.
I don't believe it was spelled out in the amended information.
Right.
So that would be page 63 of 107, whether or not we want.
Oh,
put
chat, you make
the
me
case
laugh.
Numbers.
For so many reasons.
I can tell you right now, I typically like to follow the information, so I'm probably not inclined to do that, and you can argue that though to the jury, but
Okay.
let's go through the list and then we'll get
Okay.
the defendant's response.
It's not Brendan Lesko. Is Paw Patrol alive? Is he going to come on here before you flip us over there? Does he have subject jurisdiction to cover this trial in a fake land? He's sleeping now. He'll probably wake up in a couple of hours. After lunch, I will turn this over to him. He'll handle the afternoon session. Poor fucking bastard. He has to go through all these jury instructions.
I did notice.
Give me all your money before he gets here. Just grifting. Harbard Berserker. I have a hard spot for gingers. Oh yeah, me too. I sim for gingers. Got to have a little touch of the ginge and the minge.
Incorporated.
Stingy.
on
She
page
makes the
5
bailiff
of
take everything.
107.
Speaking of redheads, I had a
And I know
crush
that
on Carol
intent
Decker Tapau when I was a young, and we already went through that.
An element of the battery.
Yes,
I don't
Tapau is a
believe that
pop
was
group from the 80s, 90s from the UK.
Usually it's a
Yes, Heart and
standalone
Soul.
instruction.
Go
I
listen to
think
the song.
court incorporated
Heart and
it
Soul,
with the
Valentine,
first
Secret
degree
Garden,
intent to
China in Your
homicide,
Hand,
because
Sex
certainly
Talk,
that was-
I think that's part of the pattern instruction.
Rodar
it is.
Dream,
Okay,
and
then we'd
others.
ask for motive. I think that there's a 175 instruction that could be given as a standalone.
I'll look at that.
Isaac Bruce's Wholesome Gabagool Art, Natty Redhead, Good
And
slash
then on
Crazy,
page
Bottle Redhead's
65
crazy.
and
Bottle
27.
Redheads, they don't count. They're not real ginges.
Which is
Spidey.
page 70, the preliminary
Weak budge.
instruction, defendant proceeding pro se. There's the standard paragraph, which is the first paragraph listed under this instruction, and then there's an additional paragraph. We are going to object to that additional paragraph. I think it highlights the defendant's bad behavior. So I'd ask that that be taken out.
They're being so good to the defendant here. Tank Rat, I half grew up in the UK as a Mill/Civ dependent from 3rd to 8th grade. Are you old enough to remember my favorite UK punk band of all time?
I didn't
Fuzzbox.
know that. Keep going.
The full name of the band is We've Got a Fuzzbox and We're Gonna Use It. That and Zig Zig Sputnik. Fantastic
I believe
punk
that those
bands
were
from
add-ons
the
at
80s.
the end that the court wanted to question the parties about.
Yes.
I believe that there was 325 should be given.
Kyle Mitchell, I think Tank Rat broke YouTube. I've clicked subscribe at least 100 times and the number doesn't seem to change.
I believe a witness
Legalize it.
for the defendant testified that he had a number of convictions. With regard to that same page 106 of 107, instruction 141, where identification of defendant is an issue. I don't know if it is an issue. That wasn't raised during the defendant's closing arguments. His opening arguments. I would note that the defendant
Oh,
was
look,
sometimes cross-examined.
The super chat
people on
matches her
if
jacket.
they were able to see the person driving or the description of the person driving, and he would cross-examine them as to their ability to perceive
Sounds like a
that.
game
So
of
I guess
chicken
that
with
would
uncivil.
be up to
The person who gets so bored and lonely they close their stream to join the other loses grift points. I will never lose grift points.
Instruction 172, circumstantial evidence.
What's the
slight
best
escape
Bowie album of all
concealment
time and
states
why is
that
it
was
low?
included in the
I don't know why it's low, but the best Bowie
instruction
album of
that
all
we
time is Ziggy
requested,
Stardust and the
I would
Spiders from
continue to
Mars.
request that
Hands
instruction
down.
be included.
It's really just flight, though.
That mic lick was
Correct.
worth the $2.
What's that number again?
172.
Yeah, I know, it's just not there.
Tase him, tase him, tase him.
Sorry,
That's all we
it's
need to
fine.
know.
But only as to flight. I made a correction on it to find it. All right.
Well, we've caught up on super chat
Concealment to some
ish.
extent, because he took off some clothes that would have identified him. But again, his running away, his trying to conceal his identity by removing some clothing that was identified by numerous witnesses as him wearing a hoodie or a light colored top.
This is going to be really, really boring for a long time.
Those are all. And do you have any requests as it relates to instructions that are not in the packet that should be?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let me turn to Mr. Brooks just to get to whether he has his list.
Mr. Brooks
Not
doesn't
asking for a
consent to being
response
called by
yet,
that name,
Mr.
you
Brooks.
bitch.
What I'm asking you for is whether you have any requests for jury instructions, or if in your review, you think anything needs to be changed, deleted, added, etc.
Judge, he doesn't know what you're talking
But I'll
about.
also give you this opportunity to verbally advise the court and make your requests. Do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir? I would note he put 2 boxes right in front of where he's seated, so I can't presently see his face. I see
Holy
his jacket is
Jesus.
off, so I can see the outline.
What
of his
is that?
arms, and I can see the jacket.
What
on
the
back
fuck
of
is
his
that?
chair. He is unmuted. I've confirmed previously regarding the audio working, and I will just ask him a second time, sir, do you have any requests as it relates to the draft packet of jury instructions, whether that be any additions, corrections, edits, or deletions?
And Your Honor, would it be possible for the bailiffs to just move the boxes off the table so
Yes,
we
I
can
think
see?
that's fair. I'm going to advise the bailiff to remove the box so I can see Mr. Brooks. I don't know what he's doing behind there. He has quieted down. I haven't heard him in a while.
There's these 2 big giant fucking
second
bailiffs
one,
and
so they
one
can't
back.
interfere with the
And, oh,
microphone as
Officer
well.
Tackleberry in the background.
And the third one.
Like 2 ginormal dudes and Tackleberry clearing off the what are we going to call it? The
Mr. Brooks,
barrier
I'm going to ask you
of
for
documents.
a third time. Do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Any requests for instructions that aren't included that you believe should be included?
The
Any
walls of
edits
Jericho.
Or deletions from the packet?
Nice Oz
that
quote.
has
And
been
the
provided
walls
to you?
came tumbling down.
Because I couldn't see you, sir.
Oh.
I've asked you twice now, and I'll ask you a third time. Do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Any additions,
Wait, where did it go?
deletions, edits, or otherwise?
Somebody's old.
You gotta talk to me like that.
Do you have any requests
First of all,
related
what?
to the jury instructions, sir?
Let's watch him do his shit.
Yeah, I got requests. It ain't like they gonna be honored though. 'Cause
As it
nothing
relates
I've
to
been
the
trying to
jury
get done.
instructions, sir, what are your?
I heard what the hell you said, man.
Mr. Brooks, that was very
Whoa.
disrespectful.
Yeah, and I've been getting disrespected since the beginning of this whole process. So welcome to the club.
Wow.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any
I'm
requests?
tired of my right being trying around here too. I'm tired of it too.
Do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
Ain't nobody understand why I'm frustrated. How you gonna sit up there and make decisions based on what you think I said when I didn't get consent for you to do any such thing?
Sir, I understand you may be upset, and I really do,
No, you
but
don't
I've made my
understand nothing.
determinations.
You don't understand nothing. You don't understand anything, Your Honor. You don't. Because
I'm gonna mute him again because he's not answering the questions that I'm very clearly asking him, and I've given him 5 opportunities.
Holy shit.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions? I'll unmute you for that answer.
I can't hear everything you're saying.
Bullshit, you fuckwit. You can hear every fucking thing, you cunt.
Mr. Brooks, I know the audio's turned up. I believe you can hear me. You've chosen not to put the headphones on. That's your choice. My final question to you, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
I just told you, am I muted? Am I muted?
No.
No.
I just told you, I don't know how many times, I can't hear everything you say.
Then you should put the headphones on.
Don't you understand? What about that don't you understand? Do you see headphones? You can see everything. You can see boxes. But do you see headphones?
Have you asked for headphones to be provided, sir?
I should have to ask for them. I didn't ask for my boxes to be moved.
I believe they took them away previously because you were so agitated. They were perhaps afraid you might break
Yeah,
them.
I'm still agitated. I ain't gonna stop being agitated. That ain't gonna stop. You sit up here and do everything you're doing and think God don't see what you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Bring God into it, you dick.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests as it relates to the jury
Yeah,
instructions?
I can hear what you're saying. I can hear what you're saying.
You just told me you didn't. So which one is
Yeah,
it?
I got the headphones on. You can't see that?
What are your requests as it relates? What are your requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir?
Nothing.
Man, don't try to come with this whole little image, sir. Now it's all this sir and all this.
Wow.
I'm gonna get where I'm going. Try to put on this little act like you so worried about what's going on with me. You don't give a damn. Never did.
Mr. Brooks, you're being disrespectful again.
You've been being disrespectful. You've been being disrespectful.
Oh. Thank you for buffering. Give me a fucking break for 10 seconds. Jesus. Come on, lawn cuck. Unbuffer yourself. This is them. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me.
I need to know what your position is regarding the jury instructions. And I need to know it now.
Wow.
What you mean? Who you talking to?
Talking to you, you fuckwit.
I need to know whether you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir.
Yeah, first of all, why am I charged with 2 bail jumpings when I was already charged in Milwaukee for the same bail jumping? That's double jeopardy.
It's not double
No.
jeopardy.
No.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled.
That's not how that works, you dick.
How you gonna charge me with the same charge?
You're not charged with it. You're being tried for it, you fuckwit.
You can't do that. The Fifth Amendment says that you can't place somebody in jeopardy of life and limb.
You can't hear him because he's talking through a mask or something and not into the microphone.
Same count in Milwaukee. For the same case. It's the same bail jumping charge. So how am I charged with that here?
Sir, I'm not going to provide a legal explanation other than to say I've reviewed that. Your objection is noted, but the jury will be instructed regarding the bail
His
jumping.
audio is super low because he's a fuckwit.
Yes, that's double jeopardy. Under the law, if two charges are identical in nature, you cannot place me in jeopardy of life and limb twice. You can't do that.
What's your next?
The same case number.
What's your next request, sir? I'm noting your objection.
I'm trying to talk. Can I get it out? You always want me to not interrupt you, but you always find a way to talk over me.
I understand your position. I'm saying it's overruled.
You always want respect, but don't want to give it. I'm charged with the same bail jumping charge here that I've already been charged with. That is double jeopardy. You can't charge me for the same
Oh my God.
bail jumping that I'm already charged with, that I was charged with before this even came about.
Shut the fuck
Sir, the
up.
bail jumping charges in Waukesha County are based upon your violating your bail while in Waukesha County by driving through the Christmas parade and allegedly killing 6 people and injuring 61 others.
Good job, Judge.
That's the distinction.
Again, there is no distinction. It's the same charge.
It's the same offense. It doesn't mean it's the same factual basis, sir.
He is not
It
charged
is.
with bail jumping with the data violation of November 21, 21 in Milwaukee County anywhere. Further, the double jeopardy prohibition would prevent him from being convicted twice, not charged twice.
All right, so we've addressed that, sir. What other requests do you have as it relates to the jury instructions?
I want to know why I'm even charged twice with the same thing. You can't charge me in pursuant to a case in Milwaukee that I'm already charged with bail jumping for. I'm already charged with bail jumping for that already. So you can't essentially say, oh, well, because you were already on bail, we're gonna charge you.
It's a different data violation, sir. The conduct for the bail jumping is related to the allegation that you committed a new crime in Waukesha County while out on bond from the Milwaukee County case.
Yeah, but I'm referring to the first bail jumping count.
His audio is really low because he's not talking into the microphone and he's wearing a
My
mask.
understanding, sir, is there's different dates of violations as it relates to that. So I've noted your objection now repeatedly. I understand it. Your request to, I guess, dismiss the bail jumping counts are denied.
I didn't say nothing about counts. I said one.
Whether it's one count or both, it's denied.
Am I not being understood? You can't charge me with the same charge twice. You can't.
It's two separate cases, sir. There's two.
Isn't that 971.23? Isn't that the statute that refers to the double?
All right, sir, I'm not going to have an argument. This isn't fruitful. I understand what you're saying. You're saying there shouldn't be 2 counts of bail jumping. You believe it's double jeopardy. I disagree with that. They're separate.
I'm already charged with it.
I cannot control
This is a
Darrell Brooks's
circular
audio.
argument, sir. It doesn't change the fact that, from my perspective, the 2 bail jumping counts are going to proceed forward. There's been sufficient evidence presented to warrant the jury being instructed.
They can't.
What other requests do you have,
You're not
sir?
gonna talk over me. Don't talk over me. Just like you don't want me to talk over you.
Dude, you're alone in a fucking room. Take that mask off so we can hear you,
Mr. Brooks,
you cunt.
what other requests do you have?
And I just asked you.
He was supposed to come up for trial. He was supposed to appear for a hearing in another matter, and he did not appear. He failed to appear for a previous matter.
I didn't see no requests over there. I didn't write nothing to go over there. I let you do what you was doing. No matter how egregious and biased it is, I let you do what you was doing. Because we both know that what you're doing is not right.
Fuck off.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to refocus your attention to the jury instructions. All of your objections are noted. I understand that. If you can't answer my question, I'm going to move on.
You can't. I haven't given you consent.
All right, I'm going to mute him once again. He refuses to answer simple questions regarding if he has any requests. He just made an argument regarding the bail jumping, so clearly he has an understanding about the law as it relates to that. It may be a misunderstanding about the law and double jeopardy, but he made an argument. I've denied
Maybe
it.
a misunderstanding.
I'd like to know if he has any other requests. If he can stay on topic, I'll I will unmute him again, and he can tell me the list, just like the state went through a list. I need to get through their list. I'm asking you to list out all your requests, and then I will take each one up in turn. So here is your opportunity to give me
What do you
your
think
other
the odds of him
requests.
staying on
Not
topic
debate
are?
with me about prior rulings. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
Don't sit up here and try to play no game talking about you giving somebody an opportunity that you haven't gave me an opportunity to properly defend myself and put evidence, put stuff in.
Hang on. I'll be right back.
Actually repeatedly to do before we even got to this.
Fuck me.
You told me you wasn't in the evidentiary phase.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any other requests as it relates to the jury instructions? This is probably the 10th or so time I've asked you this question.
No, it's not. No, it's not. So please stop being incorrect, Your Honor. Please stop.
Do you have any additional requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
Yeah.
Oh.
That first count 74 bill jumping needs to be dismissed. You can't charge me with 2 days. You can't charge me with the same charge twice.
All right, I've made a note of that. What's the next issue?
Either one company gonna charge me with it or y'all, but it can't be both. It's the same, it's pursuant to the same exact thing that I was on bill for. The same exact thing, the same exact case. So why are we giving the jury instructions on 2 cases from another county?
I've made a note of that.
What did I miss? Did he finally convince the judge he won? Probably not, huh?
This is ridiculous. So I'm not even able to adequately defend myself, present evidence, do anything, because everything I say is gonna be found a reason for it not to be done. What are we doing here, Your Honor? What is the
Mr. Brooks.
Why should I be here when
I've made a note of your request as to count 74. Do you have any other requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
Why are we even having jury instructions? Why do I have to even sit here in the courtroom at this point? Because everything you've been doing without my consent anyway. So you're gonna find a way to do this without my consent. So why do I need to be here for?
Your objection for lack of consent is noted for the record.
Okay, yeah.
Any other requests, sir?
You talk a good game.
You talk a good game.
But everything I bring up has no merit in your court. None.
All right, I've asked him many times. I've advised him and I'll advise him once again. If he fails to answer the question, I'm moving on. Do you have any other requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir?
You can't move on because I haven't given you consent to.
All right, he did not answer. So I'm muting him again. The only request that he has made as it relates to the jury instructions, as he pounded his fist once again, raised his voice. I understand, I really do, that he's upset with my decision to cut off his ability to present a defense, but that decision was made based on his conduct and his conduct alone, as I've outlined already on the record. So the only request that he made.
Someone please kill me now.
Was as it relates to the bail jumping counts. I'm denying those requests.
We are exactly 31,100 subscribers right now. Thank you guys. You guys fucking rock.
However way I interpret it, I'm denying that. All right, let me go through the states.
Your Honor, can I add one more?
Sure.
I'm sorry. 154 summary of evidence. I believe we had a map, actually 2 maps.
Maps belong on the wall.
We had 3 maps. I think the one was summarized his route, the path that he took. The other one summarized the victims who were struck in the specific locations. And the other one summarized the positions of the law enforcement officers at the various intersections and throughout the parade routes.
I'll make a note of that. I don't believe I saw the jury view instruction either. That was given to them at the time. I don't know that it needs.
Oh, he's going to build Fort Brooks
read,
again.
But I think we need to consider that as well. And that was my version of 152. All right, so let me go through the list from the state.
Huh.
Turning to
Fort Brooks, the Bronx.
page 61.
He's got to rescue Snake.
So I've considered the request by the state. I am going to rely on what information they put in the charging document. I'm going to deny the request to include the specific case numbers. There's evidence, of course, that was received regarding the 2 separate cases out of Milwaukee County that form the basis for both of the bail jumping counts, it will be up to the jury to review the evidence and make a determination. As to the verdict forms, though, that were referenced previously, at least the description of them in the jury instructions, that obviously the third count of bail jumping is incorrect. That needs to be battery, and that change will be
Objection,
made.
Fort.
I'm also having Madam Clerk include all of the numbers for the jury instructions when they go back, so it's very clear. Some of them did not have them on, just frankly from prior cases that she and I have worked on, but in this case, I want to be very clear with all of the numbers. So I think I've addressed the first two bullet points. As far as the motive instruction as a standalone, I believe that is appropriate.
Send the bailiffs in to invest,
And I'll
to invade the
instruct Madam
forts
Clerk to
again.
include that. As far as where it goes, I'm gonna just, any instructions that we add should just be in the numerical order. Unless there's a other request that's made. Then the state also made a request as it relates to jury instruction 70, which is found on page 65. So as it relates to this,
Fort
the
Brooks
state had asked me
sovereign.
that I simply
Fucking asshole.
instruct the jury based on the pattern instruction and not include that second paragraph. I had previously advised the jury with another paragraph.
Please get these
that I was
likes up. Come
contemplating
on.
Including, even if I took
We need at
out
least
that main
5,000
paragraph
likes.
just
Hit
said,
that like button.
"At
Don't be a
times, Mr.
puss.
Brooks has appeared from another courtroom. This must not influence your verdict in any manner." What's the state's position on including that, but taking out the paragraph you request to be taken out?
That's fine.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any position on that? Which is, so jury instruction 70 has to do with the defendant proceeding pro se. The pattern instruction would be basically the first paragraph. I need the bailiff.
Meditating with love. A members for 2 months says, "Welcome to Fort Brooks, rise and fall."
And if he does it one more time, then I will instruct the bailiffs to take the boxes away. Those are trial prep materials. If there's something in those materials related to jury
Fort
instructions,
fucktard.
he should take those out now.
Yeah, he doesn't need those
Otherwise, it
boxes.
needs to be
Get rid of them.
away from
Have
the
this big
microphone
fucking
and
mountain of flesh
from
just
blocking his face.
tase the shit out of him. Dude, we can't hear a fucking thing you're saying.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any position on the verbiage of jury instruction 70 on page 65?
Are you my accuser?
Yes, she's not the accuser. The state of Wisconsin is you
Answer,
cuck.
so I'll mute him again. It's unfortunate that he's deciding not to participate in
Yeah,
this.
he's done.
I agree with the state. I don't need to highlight with that second paragraph. I will take that out, but I will include in the paragraph that reads, "At
Fort
times,
Wakanda joins
Mr.
NATO."
Brooks has appeared from another courtroom, period. This must not influence your verdict in any manner."
Barney Yelma, if he was not innocent, he wouldn't have to hide. He's not fucking innocent. We don't even have to go down that path.
Inclusion of the instructions that were put on the last couple of pages include 325 impeachment of witness. It's prior conviction, the part about juvenile adjudication.
Totally not a Russian budget. The bailiff ate the plaintiff.
And it should read, evidence has been received that one or more witness in this trial has been convicted of a crime. There were 2 witnesses that was applicable to. The remainder will be as is. And that was 1 witness for the state, 1 witness for the defense. I just will add that if Mr. Brooks has any position about these requests, he should, he is currently muted. He can raise his hand and I'll unmute. Otherwise, he can pass a note to the bailiff or simply tell the bailiff, who can then tell me and I can unmute him. But unless he tells me, then I'm going to assume he's made a decision not to provide further comment based upon the last statement he made to me. Then 141, I believe that's appropriate given the evidence that has been received. That's on identification of defendant is an issue. That I will instruct the jury accordingly unless there's a request from Mr. Brooks to take that out. Is there a request from you, sir, to take 141 out? I'll unmute for that purpose. It's found on page 106 because it's at the end of the instructions. This is the instruction on identification of the defendant and where it's at issue in a case. I believe it's appropriate given the testimony in this case. Do you have any position on that, sir? You are unmuted, so you can simply answer yes or no. No response.
Oh, fucking Christ. Answer the fucking question, you cunt.
172, circumstantial evidence, flight, concealment, I believe is appropriate given the evidence that has been received during this case.
You're not on mute, you fuckwit!
You have been.
Am I unmuted?
You are.
So how long before you mute? As soon as I say something?
Depends on what you say, how you say it, and if it's responsive to what we're doing.
Why do I have to be responsive to what you guys are doing? Nothing I say even matters at this point. So what's the point of me being responsive? You can't make decisions for me.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to mute you unless you can participate in what we're doing, which is discussing the jury instructions.
I'm gonna tell the jury the truth. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell them what hasn't been told to me.
You can't tell them anymore. You fucking lost your chance.
I'm going to mute you because we're trying to discuss the jury instructions, not what you're going to say during your closing argument. I will get to that later. In terms of instruction 172, I'll instruct Madam Clerk to take out of the heading the words.
Oh, the poor fucking jury has to go through hours and hours and hours of this. God.
And then I've reviewed 154. I believe that's appropriate. I'm going to pull it up just as a draft. I'm not sure if there's anything that needs to be.
God damn it. I hate this guy.
So the pattern instruction talks about a chart. Is there any request from the state as to just keep that or modify that in any way based on the evidence that was presented? Because you actually submitted maps and things were received. I don't know that summary.
I think that there was a summary of the victims and the associated counts. I believe that was exhibit 141.
But that was received, wasn't it?
There were some charts of the extreme dance team.
The extreme.
Formation.
Extreme dance team.
And dancing grannies.
Sorry, that was disrespectful. I'm just at my wit's end. Looking for humor wherever it's possible. Yeah, the court is very low because nobody is talking into their microphones. I literally have it up at 500% volume right now.
We're just looking for the extreme dance and dancing granny charts. 54 would be the dancing grannies.
Okay.
And 33 is the extreme dance team.
So 54, 141,
soon.
1 and 33.
Yes.
Do you think the use of the word chart is correct, or should that be?
I would say diagram and maps. The court has allowed the use of diagrams and maps to organize the evidence.
The maps were evidence, though. what this instruction says is the court has allowed the use of a chart to organize the evidence and to assist you in understanding it. The chart itself is not evidence. It is a summary of some of the evidence that was permitted or presented. However, it is the evidence that controls. You should rely on the chart only to the extent that you believe it accurately and properly summarizes the evidence.
Then we think 154 should not be given
That's what I was wondering.
because
So
they were all admitted.
they were all admitted based upon how they were presented and the
I apologize.
testimony regarding them.
All right, as far as the sound goes, I literally have this thing up at 500% volume right now.
Solely that are based upon evidence, and we anticipate those things coming in, not when there's been an actual document that's been admitted. So I don't think 154 is needed, and I'll deny that request. What about 152?
I don't know.
regarding the-
I've been trying to figure that out.
As I read that, that was given prior to the view, and I think that was appropriately given at that time. I don't believe it goes into the closing or the final instructions.
That
would be
was
position.
my inclination, but I wanted to get the party's position on that. I'll once again unmute Mr. Brooks and just ask him if he has any position regarding any of these last issues that we've discussed with, as it relates to the jury instructions. Anything from you, sir?
It is.
On the
It's
jury
at
instructions?
500% now.
He's not responding to the question. I believe that covers all of the issues that were raised by
Yeah.
the parties.
Obviously.
You are. I'll give you one final opportunity to tell me if you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir.
I didn't consent to nothing that this all been talked about, and I say y'all because I haven't been participating in none of that.
I understand, sir, your objections noted. Your lack of consent is noted.
Okay, I don't see what's going on in here. So how's decisions being made without me being able to consent to it?
Sir, you forfeited your right to be present in this courtroom by your conduct, and you have not
Well,
requested to come back.
Actually, you took a break, so let's make sure the record is correct. You took a 10-minute break,
I did.
at which time I was brought back into this courtroom.
I was advised you wanted to stay, sir.
Okay, and you've been forcing me to come over here from the get-go. Why couldn't you force me to come back over here where I'm supposed to be at?
Sir, my understanding is you requested to stay in the other courtroom. I thought I put that on the record at the beginning. If I did not, I'll make that part of the record now. I was advised by the bailiffs that you were requesting to stay in that courtroom. I certainly advised you prior to that if there was a time you wanted to come back in, all you needed to do was ask. You've done that previously.
Yeah, but
And even during this time, though, you've been incredibly disruptive
I can't say
at one point you were muted for an extended period of time and you were yelling so loud, sir. We could hear you in this courtroom. I couldn't decipher what you were saying. And I was also made aware that another branch could hear you. So you continued your disruptive behavior.
that's fine because at the end of the day, I should be heard. I have the First Amendment right to be heard.
You have to have the accept
So if I'm gonna be
gifts
constantly muted,
tab
the only way for me to
clicked.
be heard is for me to raise my voice.
And then if someone gifts
Mr.
memberships,
Brooks,
you have a
one final
random
time,
chance
do
of
you have any
getting it.
requests as it relates to the jury instructions? Otherwise, I'm going to approve them. I'm going to take a break and then we'll come back in the afternoon to go over verdict forms.
I didn't answer yes or no. So how can you consent to anything without me answering the question?
Are you going to answer the question, sir?
You can't force me to do it. Though. You can't just say I'm going to do this. because
Sir, but
this
you
is
also
this.
can't stall the proceedings by failing to answer.
I didn't try
Yes.
to start the proceedings. You the one that held me in contempt.
I never held you
The
in
held,
contempt.
never held in contempt, you
All
fuck
right, I'm gonna mute
card.
him once again because he refuses to answer a very simple question about whether he has any requests as it relates to the jury instructions. I will work on making all the changes with Madam Clerk, finalizing
Oof.
the order, print them off again. She has been working on the verdict forms, which are of course separate, which need to be approved by this
You and a
court.
million other
So those will
people.
be printed off. A set will be provided to the state. A set will be provided to Mr. Brooks. We'll take I'll do a 90-minute lunch break. So it's roughly, it's 11:27. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock to finalize the verdicts and the jury instructions.
And Your Honor, with regard to sequestration of the jurors and the alternates and those issues, did you want to address those this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay.
We can do that.
Thank you.
I can put on the record that I had the civilian jury bailiffs provide the parties. We have a letter regarding sequestration. There's an emergency contact form. So all of the jurors were made aware of that. They know that. Of course, once the case is, all of the instructions are read and the parties make their arguments, and then there's some final instructions at the end, and the case goes to the jury. Obviously, only 12 of the 15 will be deliberating, but we can make a more full record of that this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, we are in recess until 1 o'clock. Instructing the parties to stay until the handout of the verdict, and then you can leave for lunch. Thank you.
All right, wait for the jury to go. Wait for the instructions to be handed out. I guess they're going to cut the stream there. Oh my God. This is just rough. Rough. I said, oh, that's not me. It sounds like a dog. Rough. That was more difficult to get through than you can possibly know. But on the bright side, we have 42 super chats that have been delayed because of fucking idiot Brooks and his stupid bullshit. You're a but Dr. Phil says, girl, yeah, but. Ugh. All right, let's go all the way back into the stacks and stacks of wicked wax over here. Ben Samuel, catching up. Judge needs to stop assuming not a lawyer means brain damaged. He knows how to answer a question. Yeah, again, it's just her being overly cautious to the point of being ridiculously overcautious. She doesn't need to do this. I understand why she's doing it, but it doesn't need to happen. And it's just kind of ruining her credibility. But again, the jury's not present for this. So the jury's not getting tired. The jury's not getting pissed off by all this. All the jury knows is they had to wait like an extra 45 minutes. They sat down for about 20 minutes, and then they got excused for the day. That's really all they know. All of this shit is happening outside the presence of the jury. So we're the only ones that are getting frustrated by this. Tank Rat. Yeah, I don't consider myself old. I graduated from high school in 1991. In Germany, I'm a product of DODS, the U.S. Department of Defense School for the Military. Yeah. Well, 91. I graduated high school in 87. So that puts you like 4 years younger-ish. I don't consider myself old. Just like people younger than me consider myself old. I'm still like 26 up here. Mandalore Wise, the CCs can be moved by click and drag in case you ever need that for screen formatting. I have no idea what that's in relation to, but okay. A Tim Minchin quote. Oh yeah, that was back with a tinge of the ginge in the minge quote back when we were talking about gingers. I'm impressed, but Alice Cooper for the win. Alice Cooper is definitely the man. Lancelot 652. I think I've seen the paint literally dry. Yeah, I'm just right there with you. Speaking of paint dry, I need a drink. I mean, a drink of water. Okay. There we go. Just kind of have to lube the pipes a little bit. TC Barnett, what would your motion to woo Judge? What would your motion be to woo Judge Dreamboat? How would you present it? Love you and the content you make. Keep it up. To woo Judge Dreamboat for the prosecution or the defense? For the prosecution, it's just like you saw it. For the defense, I don't know what to do. There's really nothing you can do for either side. One side doesn't need it, and nothing will help the other side. We just read that one. God damn it. Where are you, Ozzy Overlord. Mike Lombardo, Mr. Brooks will certainly have a position in prison. Oh, he'll have lots of positions in prison. Doggy style, reverse cowboy. Slaglust. Why did the Lorax lick the mic? To get to the other side. Nikki King, I find redheads attractive and I'm a straight female. I'm a straight male and I find female redheads attractive, whether or not they're hetero or lesbian or bi, love it. Just redheads. Road Rager, sing Donnie Iris's biggest hit to keep us awake. What's Donnie Iris's biggest hit? I have no idea what Donnie Iris's biggest hit is. Meltdown incoming. We've had a couple of those already today. Yeah. Rick Nikita. Shaka, when the walls fell. Okay, that's when they were tearing apart his. That's when they were tearing apart his wall of boxes. Great Star Trek: The Next Generation reference there. Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. When the walls fell. Yeah, great. That was the fucking weirdest episode. For those of you that don't know, that was like a Star Trek episode where Jean-Luc Picard found himself trapped with some guy that only spoke in metaphors. Isaac Baruch's wholesome gabagool art. Fort Brooks destroyed with no casualties. Snake escaped. Fort Apache, the Bronx, great movie. SASP, you need to put "This is my rifle, this is my gun," and "Happy Birthday, Jesus" on your soundboard. Yeah, that's the only Full Metal Jacket soundboard thing I have right now is just this one.
Holy Jesus. What is
Yeah,
that?
that's the only one I've got.
What the fuck is that?
I need to get some more. I'm just kind of figuring out all this soundboard shit. Tackleberry has broken the grounds of Fort Brooks. He's invaded the grounds. Mandalore Wise 101, give me my boxes back. And cry face. Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
Brian Allman. Yeah, again, Shaka, when the walls fell. Another Star Trek: The Next Generation reference. Good for that. Beatrix Rumford, super sticker. Thank you so much for that. That is deeply appreciated. Super stickers are always welcome. FB Prime. Brooks will chimp out when the verdict is read. I have a sneaky suspicion he will. Jefferson C. Post, how fast would the legislature have to reinstate the death penalty to get ahead of ex post facto? See, that's the thing with death penalties. If they reinstate it, you cannot they just, it's not a retroactive thing. That happened before, when everybody that was on death row before the federal government outlawed the death penalty in the 70s. Then they gave everybody life in prison. Then they reinstated the death penalty, the constitutionality of the death penalty. Those people that had been on death row and then had been taken off death row, they couldn't be put back on death row. So yeah, that's not a viable option. And if I have completely misfucked up the facts of that death penalty history, it's because I'm liquored up. I disavow nothing I say on any of these streams ever, whether sober or intoxicated, should ever be construed as anything even resembling legal advice. I am just an entertainer. Hey, just subscribed and just wanted to say hello. Viking4848, thank you so much for subscribing. It is so appreciated. Right now we are sitting at 31,143 subscribers. You guys fucking rule. I just wanted to get to 31,000 by the end of next week. We're already well past that. So keep those subscriptions piling in. Stick with, even after this trial is over, stick with me because we talk about pop culture shit. We talk about O.J. Simpson. We talk about cannibalism. We talk about other murders. We talk about other court cases. We're rocking this. Stick with me. You'll appreciate it in the long run. We've got 4,065 concurrent viewers and 4,000 likes. Everybody just hit that like button while you're here. Grift. That's what I'm doing. Viking4848, thank you so much. Deeply appreciated. Mandalore Wise again with another super chat. This is what hood/gang culture does to these people. He fully believes that he should be allowed to disrespect everyone he feels slighted him. I blame this a lot on Jerry Springer, Judge Judy, and all these other courtroom reality fucking programs where they just let the people talk shit to the judges. This would not happen in a real life courtroom. And the only reason it's happening in her courtroom is because he's representing himself, and they tend to give a little more leeway to pro se defendants who represent themselves. But this is an extreme amount where I had nothing but sympathy for the judge at the beginning of this trial. I just can't get into this right now because she is so overcompensating. She's being so overly cautious that it's really, really looking bad for her, in my point of view. I could be wrong. You could disagree, but whatever. I literally don't care. Bumtown 1, thank you so much. Use this super chat to find new response aside from fuckwit. But he's a fuckwit. I don't know. I know I need a new response other than fuckwit, but fuckwit is so descriptive. Twatsicle works as well, but anyway. Genome John, hey Vices, thanks for covering this while Rackets is off being gay. Here's some dosh to hopefully make up for having to sit through this BS with us. Thank you. Thank you. It's appreciated, but more is better. Just kidding. Thank you so much. Carlos Estrada, why can't I have subject matter jurisdiction, Brooks? Because you are a fuckwit and or twatsicle. Not you. I mean Brooks. Viking 4848. Hey, just subscribe. Just wanted to say hi. You did that again. Did I repeat that or did you say that twice? You did it twice. Thank you so much for the double super chat. Joshua Vidrine, he's not playing nice. So why does she insist on playing nice? Because she's trying to be professional and decorum and all that other shit. Afraid of looking racist or biased? Yeah, or not just those two, but also giving him other reasons to other grounds for appeal. She's just being so overly cautious that she's gone off into the realm of just too much. He's got the zap shackles for a reason. Use them. Oh, I just so want him to make some twitchy movement, just like make some sort of lunge for somebody when they can just test out how well those electrified shackles actually work. Ryoji Mata, the big baby is just mad they took his fort away. Yeah, totally. Bitch. Tank Rat, Brooks was not raised to be a man. I guess he didn't have a dad or adequate father figure at home. Well, he certainly didn't have anybody just to beat his ass because he needed it. Kill it. Just thank you so much for just the fort bitch. That works. Nico Ace, I don't think he would act like this if the judge was a male. He has no respect for women. Even when referring to his mom, he said, she'll be here if I tell her to. I think you may have a point there. I think he may be afraid of male power figures, male authority figures. DBD Fort Frog. Abort. There we go. Thank you so much for that. Carlos Estrada, do you think he built the fort for tubing? I don't know why he built the fort, but he only has 3 boxes to build the fort with. The bailiff ate the plaintiff. That's back when we were talking about just the sheer size and mass of the big giant bailiff. He ate the plaintiff. That is wholly possible. Richard S., why no shock shackle yet? Because they're sort of like reserved for when he makes an aggressive or attacking maneuver, but I wish he would. I literally want to see how these shock shackles work. That would be so awesome. Brooks' death certificate would almost certainly have blunt force trauma by gavel at this point. Yeah. Bucky Cat, thank you. Legal Vices, will there be time limits on closing arguments? No, but his opening arguments only went 15 minutes. So I don't expect he's going to have a lot to say during the closing arguments. If anything, he may just do that whole, I'm not talking shit. I don't see this going long from anything he's presented up to this point. Richard S., was that Broski sneaking up behind Brooks with a blackjack? Oh, that'd be nice. Just whack in the back of the skull. Just crack him upside the head. That'd be awesome. Mandalore Wise, yet again, with yet another super chat. Want to bet he'll cause a ruckus during jury instructions and be put in timeout again. That may not be a bad thing because jury instructions are going to be basically 7 hours of living hell as they go through over 100 pages of jury instructions. God bless Nick if that's what he's streaming, because I want no part of actually streaming that. I'll be a guest on Nick's stream if he wants me, but I certainly don't want to be primarily responsible for streaming jury instructions again. I want to be able to bail whenever I can. Mr. Brooks, you're unmuted. Taser gurgling noises. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Exactly. Joe Sullivan, Captain Chat. Jeffy, I need more volume. Jeffy, I'm giving her all she. Okay, we gotta Captain Chat. Jeffy, I need more volume. Jeffy, I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Yeah, so here we are. And we've got a few other chats to burn through here so we can catch up on the super chats, but we are out at lunch. We're winding down this trial. Thank fuck for that. This has been dragging on for so damn long. I mean, much longer than it should have. But I mean, when these trials come around, you've got to enjoy them. You've got to participate in them, and you've got to take advantage of every single grift opportunity you can when you're dealing with these. Otherwise, you're an idiot. All right, I'm scrolling back up to pick up the super chats we haven't got to yet. Where are we here? I don't know where we are. All right. Pardon me while I continue to scroll up here. Ugh. We missed a lot of super chats. While reading other super chats, we've missed lots of super chats. What was that one? All right. I've gotten to where we are caught up, so we should be here in just a quick minute or two. We should be caught up. Faith Diamond said, Brooks, I'm not in contempt of court. I don't like court right now. And that's pretty much it. You can't hold me in contempt because I don't want to be. Ugh. So disgusting and disrespectful. Grammartron 3000. Thanks for streaming this. I'd be breaking the monitor without you / Nick, etc. No, seriously. I mean, me too. Like, I wouldn't even be paying attention to any of this shit because it just drives me insane. But I mean, I'm glad you guys are here to share in the misery and to keep it entertaining. Everybody I've invited is either sleeping or working, by the way. I remember that episode. Yes, the Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra episode of Star Trek. Kyle Cowden. Anyway, judge could consolidate identical charges, i.e. counts 1 through 6 names. No, each and every count is a separate charge. You have to address each and every charge separately because they are separate counts involving separate facts and separate people. So yeah, you can't just say, okay, for counts 1 through 6, here are the rules, here's the questions. You have to address each and every charge individually because they are separate counts. I hope that makes sense. Ugh. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Keep those wagons rolling. Rawhide. Come sun, wind, and weather. We'll keep the flocks together. Oh, there we are. Laser Doctor. They should turn Fort Brooks into the Towering Inferno. Awesome old blast there with Towering Inferno. Yes, they should. Sanzo Ivalite, I will say. Hope the jury does the. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Hope the jury does the JoJo torture dance when the verdict is read. Brooks deserves that much for wasting their time. He deserves a lot of shit. 200-watt studio. So satisfying to see a manipulator scream. Yeah, I want to actually watch him scream. Joseph DiMartino. Taser, taser, taser comes right after the verdict. Oh, I fucking hope so. I hope so. Hey, Magician Sapphire. Brooks' cheeks are doomed when they find out about the Las Vegas charge. Yeah, he's not a good guy. Mike Lombardo, hey, Legal Vice, I highly recommend you check out Ricada Law versus Mad Black on the Kill stream. I'm sure you can find a highlight. It's amazing if you've never seen it. Ricada Law versus Mad Black on the Kill stream. That does not ring any bells. I will have to check that out. Justin Holland, check your Twitter mentions for a meme for Godzilla. I can always do a Godzilla meme. Let's see what we got here. Colin McGinnis covered Roll Northumbria. Steve. Okay, all right. I'm not seeing any Godzilla thing here. Huh. I don't see any Twitter DMs dealing with Godzilla. I apologize for that. But we can always do a Godzilla later if shit gets worked out. So all right, that's where we are. We are all caught up. On my Twitter mentions, not my Twitter DMs. Holy crap. I've got like a bajillion mentions. Let's see if we can quickly scroll through and see if somehow we accidentally roll into any Godzilla. Whoa. Oh my God. There's some like twerking shit in a hot tub. No. No. We don't want to see any of that shit. Lots of hiding behind box memes. That's good. I don't see any Godzilla mentions. Sorry about that. Anywho. All right. Philibooty says, Jeff, when the court is low and you are high, we can't turn it up to hear the court without blowing out eardrums. Turn you down so we can hear. Okay, here's the problem. Using StreamYard. StreamYard does a lot of post-input processing. So what I hear is not what you guys hear. I mean, I hear what my levels are, but then my levels get processed into StreamYard, and then StreamYard does their own thing. So I literally cannot hear what StreamYard is sending out to you guys. So that's how that works out. That's why the levels are off sometimes. And again, like I came from my own stream and jumped straight into this, so I didn't have time to test out any levels or anything. But I mean, that's just kind of the thing. It just boils down to we process the YouTube volume and my volume through StreamYard, and they apply their own fucking filters that do not represent reality. So apologies for any of that happens. StreamYard seems to be gay. StreamYard is good in that it is absolutely idiot proof. I mean, it's a basic bitch and is very easy to use, but that's the problem. When you cater to the lowest common denominator, you get the lowest common denominator equipment and performance. So it's good and it's useful and it's incredibly easy to use, but it also does have those drawbacks. I got told off in EDB's chat for calling Amber an abuser. Well, are you surprised by that? Of course you're not. No, StreamYard is not boomer proof. Nothing is boomer proof. Oh my Lord. Just sitting here waiting through lunch. We've got 90 minutes waiting for Aussie Overlord to wake up and or check in on stream so that I can turn all of this shit over to him and go to sleep. But I have no idea what time he's planning on waking up. Let's see here. All right, we've gone through all, and I think we've got all the super chats. And if I've missed any super chats to this point, I so deeply apologize for that. It's been insane. This so far has been one of my highest grossing streams ever. So, and I'm trying to keep up with the super chat. Do not pass us off to Gaydon. Hey, Hayden's the man. Hayden's funny as hell. But I wish he'd wake up so I can do it. I'm literally just dying here on the Vine. I sent a few people some invitations, but none of them are available. So that's why you've got me and only me to carry you through whatever the fuck happens from here on out. Oh, hey, Statuesque Misk, welcome. Good to see you here. You're always welcome and appreciated. Legal Vices, if anyone has noticed, the one positive of this trial is the GoFundMe accounts have, if not met their goals, exceeded their goals now. Yeah, I mean, there's a master list of GoFundMe pages relating to this trial. There's somewhere, but the only one I'm really aware of is the one that Nick talked about the other day, where they went from 63 to almost $100,000 in just a matter of hours. And I don't know. I would assume they've surpassed the $100,000 mark, and I hope they have. This is also fucked up that, Yeah, I know Uncivil is streaming. He's doing a stream thing. I don't know who's got on, but who did I invite so far? I invited Joe, Farron, and Nate and Aussie Overlord to join, but they all seem to be busy. So I'm just kind of hanging out here in the, dangling in the breeze. Uncivil is done. Uncivil, if you're done, Kurt, get over here. So Aussie Overlord and Kurt are the two doing it aside from the Lawn Cuck, etc. Also, Sean, potentially criminal, is doing it, and Law Talk with Mike is also streaming this. I know, two fantastic things, but hey, don't go join them. I'm better than them. Stick here. If I disappear suddenly, go to either Law Talk with Mike or potentially criminal. Unless Sean is here, unless Hayden is here, then I'll dump you straight into him. But until then, hey, you're stuck here with me. So any questions you have, anything you want to ask, please feel free. Invite Legal Bites. Oh, just leave it there. Oh, Sean didn't do it today, huh? Okay, maybe he has something else to do. Loved your Essex stream. The Essex stream, every Monday we do a Maritime Monday stream on my channel where we talk about maritime cases and maritime incidents. Today was the whaling ship Essex, which was the inspiration for Moby Dick. Basically, a whale attacked a whaling ship. 3 lifeboats went out, and they sort of kind of ended up eating most of the people on the ship. We talked about cannibalism this week. We talked about cannibalism 2 weeks ago. Next week, what are we're going to do sea shanties, I think, next week. Sea shanty songs. And we've got and I can't remember what I said we were going to do 2 weeks from now. So somebody please remind me in my email so I don't forget what I said I was going to do 2 weeks from now. I didn't write it down, and I'm old and I forgot. Hugh Jass, thank you so much. Just back from lunch. Is the piece of shit in prison yet? Unfortunately, not yet. That's probably going to take another couple days to get through. John D says, I love Mocha Dick. And again, you had to be there for the Maritime Monday stream for Mocha Dick to make any sense whatsoever. Oh, shit. Oh, you guys make me laugh. Ghost ships. That's right. God, I got to write that down. Fuck me. We were going to do ghost ships in 2 weeks. All right. I'm going to write this down here on my notes. Let's see. Sea shanties. The next week, ghost ships. All right, everybody. Thank you for being my damn brains here. And I'm a boomer. You decide. Legal Vices do cannibals cook what they eat? I guess some do. Maybe they're like the sushi cannibals. There might be like, sashimi cannibals out there. Wait. Oh, what the hell? Derp. Checking some messages here on the phone. I got a message, but I don't know where it's from. Just kind of a random vibrator thing going on here. I know it is. All right. Welcome back here. While I pull my head out of my ass. Dion, I married the son, Ron Thomas of Thomas Jewelers. Seriously? Like the Utah Thomas Jewelers? Thomas Jewelers, you married the son, Ron Thomas? I'll take some diamonds. Give me some diamonds. Dion, I hope you're like bringing in the Utah grift there with the with that. Edward M. Lockwood. Well, at least Jeff doesn't go on the penis sword of justice. Okay, we have an Aussie Overlord sighting.
Aussie Overlord is alive and awake, just getting himself cleaned up, he says. Sooner or later we will be having the Aussie Overlord stream.
All right, welcome back. Had to do a little drama there. Legal Vices is Gen X. I'm solidly in Gen X territory. But we just kind of say, you know, like people that are older than you that do dumb shit, we call them boomers. But I'm not part of the boomer generation. Legal Vices Gen X. I think this case is very important for our current culture and political time. I know this is boring, but I'm thankful for the live streaming. I think all trials should be live streamed. Right now, we live in a generation where everything can be live streamed. Every court in every country can hook up with Zoom, can stream on YouTube, can do something to be open and transparent. We, in America at least, we have the right to attend public trials like this. The only thing that prevents us from doing so is logistics and time, but we still have a right to participate, to view these open proceedings. So for the sake of transparency and whatnot, these should all be streamed so that we can watch them now or we can watch them later. I am a full and complete advocate for a camera in every single courtroom in America. That way we don't have to ask. I mean, can you imagine if the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial did not have cameras in the courtroom? But here we had the cameras. We can go back and we can point to the things. We can point out where the other side failed or where our side succeeded. We can point out where the judge said things. We can do all of these things because there were court cameras. We need cameras in the courtroom. And the fact that in 2022, there is not a camera in every courtroom is a farce as far as I'm concerned. Catherine Ruck says, new show coming up on Netflix in 1899, starting November 17th. Speaking of ghost ships, I don't know what this is about, but that sounds pretty cool. I will have to look into it. Just a Map, nailed to the wall, says, you were born shortly after World War II. Just admit it. I was born in the middle of the Vietnam War, the beginning of the Vietnam War, 1969. 69 for 69, bitches. Hang on here, looking at things. All right, now never mind. All right, that was interesting. Just got a text I looked at. Never mind. Sorry, apologize for the little brain freeze that was going on there. I was just checking out some things backstage. Where are we sitting on the Hayden adventure? Okay, Hayden is still getting cleaned up. All right. What have I missed? Did I miss any super chats during that little intro? Oh, I did. Nope, I did not. Hayden is getting cleaned up, and I hopefully he will join here at some point. 69 for the win. Barbara Vance, are you a 69er? I'm a 69er. Hey, fuck this. I'm out before we end up at Gaydon's. Darth Hideous, don't leave yet. We're still here. What do you do with a drunken sailor? Jeff. I haven't. Come on, Brandon Lesko, if you're still around, I need some drink cash. Grift. All right, that was the grift. That was the grift part of this. Where are we sitting now? We are sitting at 3,458 concurrent viewers during the lunch break and 4,000 likes. I know there's been a huge turnover, so everybody that hasn't hit the like button, please go down there and hit the like button. And for the subscribers, we are currently 31,185 subscribers. That is so super generous. I mean, you guys that are subscribing that haven't subscribed, I so deeply appreciate that. I promise I'll do my best to continue to give you guys some high quality content. Jeff is a rooster. Well, gee, Adriana. Thank you, or not, depending if you meant that as a compliment or an insult. Oh, Lord. What song is a good warm-up song? I have no idea. Oh, Summer of '69? Is that what we're talking about? I have no idea what we're talking about. Don't Mormons have 69 through the sheet? No, that's not us. That's someone else. What kind of question was that? Justin Holland just sent as DM on Twitter. I just saw that there was a there was a Godzilla related anecdote, but no reason to respond. I promise I'll look at that later and enjoy it. Thank you so much, Justin Holland. You didn't have a super chat for that, by the way. Getting 69 in summertime is sweaty. Yeah, can be kind of moist. Whew. Ace of Aces 05. Legal Vices. Imagine how different this trial would be if we had the Edgecombe judge in charge. It would have been over a long time ago. Baldo Gagger in the house. Baldo Gagger 4,069,469. But that's my thing. It should be everybody's thing because it is what it is. Welcome. Mormons have magic underwear. Not really magic, just kind of, thing. 66 is better. Was that spooning? Just Georgine Archer. Brooks is moist. No, Brooks is dry. How is Brooks today? Brooks is not doing so well. This has been one of his more involved rants. It kind of went on for pretty much the entire time if you're just catching up. Yeah, that's the Jewish thing through the sheets. I don't know. That's not my bailiwick. I don't know. But it's just not the Mormons. That's all I can tell you. And if you're wondering what's coming up on my stream, if you're not familiar with my stream and you're just kind of joining because of the Brooks trial, I hope you'll stick around. I hope you continue to stick around because we do things like this, the trials. We do this when we have the opportunity. Otherwise, like every Monday is Maritime Monday. That's primarily what I do is maritime law. So we deal with maritime issues, disasters, ship accidents, ship collisions, cargo damage, crew injuries, ship sinking, oil platform. Today we talked about cannibalism and whales on whaling ships. We do lots of things. Like Monday is Maritime Monday day because I primarily deal with maritime law. Tomorrow, we'll be doing O.J. Simpson. We'll be doing the cross-examination of an incredibly racist cop, Mark Furman, where he was completely dismantled by one of the greatest defense attorneys ever to grace planet Earth, F. Lee Bailey. The original stream was supposed to have been last Thursday, but StreamYard had issues, and it just fucking sucked. So we'll do the repeat of last Thursday's OJ Simpson trial on tomorrow. We'll do it live. Wednesday, we're going to talk about holiday whiskey recommendations, whiskey and cigar recommendations for the holidays, answering your whiskey related questions. We'll also be talking pop culture and some rather interesting and frustrating pop culture related issues that have come to light. Thursdays are the original real OJ Simpson days. So this Thursday we'll be doing the standard regular OJ Simpson flashback testimony, which again we'll be focused on racist cop Mark Furman for about the next 3 weeks, I think. So join that. People saying the judge is back. I doubt it. What did I do with my stream? Did I close my stream? Did it? No. Sorry, judge is not back. You'll not fool me. You can't fool me. I know this judge isn't back. Fedorovsky sounds like the 4 years I have today too. The jury is not back. Stop it. Latter-day Saints wear the magic underwear for a similar reason that Muslims wear their robes and Catholic priests wear their stuff. See, that's what I mean. Degenerately and like disparagingly call it magic underwear. It's not secret. It's sacred. It's sort of the same as was just said there. Sort of the same reason that you wear your robes. The Catholics wear the collars and things. It's just to remind you of covenants you've made. Nothing magic about it. It's just a protection, to remind you of your covenants and vows you make. Oh, Jeff is nice and funny. Thank you, Edward M. Lockwood. I appreciate that. Carla Vega says, thank you, Jeff. I'm not sure what for, but you're very welcome. The verdict is in. Oh, fool me. Jonathan Drennan, thank you so much for the super chat. Just did the math. Each courtroom in the U.S. being equipped with cameras would cost less than $10 million total. That seems like tax dollars well spent. I don't know how you came up with that, but it sounds good to me, and I agree with it until someone proves it otherwise. Do a Korean trial. There are no courtrooms in there. Yeah, there are no cameras in courtrooms in Korea. There's no Zoom trials in Korea. There's no testifying by Zoom. Korea is in person only. That's not going to happen. And even if I did, you wouldn't be able to understand any of it anyway. Korean trial. We should talk about Korean trials are not handled like other trials at all. The way Korean trials are handled is about they'll hold a hearing about once a month for a few minutes. I mean, literally a few minutes. Between trials, each side will submit their briefs, making arguments and countering the arguments made by the other side in their briefs. And then when you get to the hearing, it's just a matter of reciting kind of what's in your brief. And then the judge says, okay, you submit this before the next hearing. You submit that before the next hearing. And then you go on to the next hearing. And you do it all over again. They're really, really not this involved. They have the same basic stages, but they're scattered out. A typical trial will last 8 months to a year in Korea, because rather than going every day from beginning to end, you go once a month for a couple of hours, if that much. Usually it's about 15, 20, 30 minutes once a month to talk about what your arguments are and move on. Witnesses are not nearly as important in Korean proceedings as they are in, say, English or American or Australian proceedings. Where in America, we tend to say, okay, if someone is put under oath, they will be less likely to lie. Whereas if you write something on paper, that could be a lie. It could be dishonest. Korea sort of takes the opposite view. The written statements are given more credibility than witnesses, because Korean courts just sort of assume that everybody on the stand is lying and or testifying in their own best interest. So Korean courts will rely more heavily on written documents and written submission than they will on witness testimony. So there you go. There's a little bit of info about what it's like here in Korea. Korea is based on a continental law system. Korean law is largely based on Japanese law, which was based on German law. So like French law, German law, Japanese law, and Korean law are fairly similar in a lot of respects. Touchdown. Unbreaded. Die. You forgot on paper. Yeah, there you go. On paper. Korean courts are unbreaded. Yeah, on paper. Jeff, how much of the residuals from MASH reruns go to the South Korean government? 0. Back in the day, Korea used to hate MASH because the show MASH, if you're not familiar, is an older American comedy based on doctors in the Korean War. Koreans they hated MASH because it was sort of treating the Korean War like a comedy. And, the Korean sense of humor is much different than the American sense of humor. So yeah, the humor in MASH, the series, did not translate well to a Korean audience, and Koreans would see it on like the Armed Forces Network and things like that. So they just didn't find much funny to joke about the Korean War, understandably. Yeah, Suicide is Painless. The theme song from MASH was written by a 13-year-old, and if I remember correctly, it was the director's son. I can't remember exactly. Mr. Squiggle says, okay, but how do you say objection in Korean? There really is no objection in Korean. They don't have kind of the same objections. So yeah, that's not a thing here. Korea equals South Korea. Learn American English. Yeah. There's Korea and North Korea as opposed to South Korea and North Korea. What is the Korean sense of humor? I don't deal well with Korean sense of humor because it's not my style. Korean sense of humor is kind of slapstick, sort of. I guess it would be like 1950s American humor, sort of exaggerated motions, exaggerated comments. It's very slapsticky, and that's not my type of humor. Objection, speculation. Back to the country, going to get lunch. Be back later. Oh God, I wish I could go get lunch. Yeah, good Korea and bad Korea. For those of you that heard that story, I had to buy some motorcycle parts way back in the day, probably 10 years ago. And I was talking to some lady in Georgia trying to order these motorcycle parts here to Korea for my Harley. And what she asked for the mailing address. I gave her the mailing address, said, South Korea. Now, South Korea, is that the good Korea or the bad Korea? It's the good Korea. I don't think the bad Korea has Harley Davidsons and has telephone access to the US and is ordering motorcycle parts. Baldo, hang on, we'll get to you in a second here. Micah Carter, my 4-year-old is going around saying bone steel.
Bone steel. Your 4-year-old son rocks. Can't fault your 4-year-old. And again, for this entire trial, the Mr. and Mrs. Bone Steel have the greatest witness names ever. So kudos to your son. I hope he or she continues to run around saying Bone Steel until they're 18 years old. Baldo Gagger, do they have a word for grounds? Not really. In the courtroom perspective, no. Because again, there's not these same objections. All right, Execution. Have you seen Taegukgi, the best war film ever? I haven't actually seen Taegukgi. The best Korean war-related movie would be Shilmido. If you get a chance to see Shilmido, go see it. It's based on a true story too. I've seen parts of Taegukgi, but I haven't seen the whole thing. Tank Rat fucks mothers? What? Tank what? How dare you disparage the giver of gifts? Doomcock. No, we're not going to do that one. We're not going to do... Should we? Why not? We're after the 2-hour mark. Doomcock. All right, I'm going to stop doing this. All right, turn off the voice.
There. All right, let's get back to the regular voice. No, I know the voice thing is still on. I'm not an idiot. I'm not a boomer. I'm just doing it because this is so hard. Trans Jeff. Wait, what movie? Teguki is the movie, but watch Shilmido. I don't know how it's spelled in English. Like Silmido, Shilmido. It's kind of like The Dirty Dozen. No, I didn't forget the voices on. I was just letting it run. I'm not a boomer. Don't worry about that. If I was a boomer, you'd know because I would say, see, I'm already locked and loaded. I'm 5 steps ahead of you, degenerates. Wait, where'd the Harley thing go? What kind of Harley do you ride? I haven't ridden a motorcycle for about 10 years because my boss threatened to fire me if I rode a motorcycle again because I had an accident, broke my femur on my right leg, and I was in the hospital for 3 months with that. That was a rough one. Then I got out, and then a couple of years later, I got another accident and broke both of my arms at the same time. And if you have ever broke, and I hope you fucking haven't, but if you've ever broken both of your arms at the same time, that fucking sucks. By the way, yeah. So I like 2 broken arms. My boss said, if you get on a motorcycle again, I'm going to fire you because I'm hiring you to work for me, not sit in the hospital. But just the other day, my boss made a comment that seems to indicate he forgot he threatened to fire me if I ever got on a motorcycle again because he was asking me about riding motorcycles. And I said, I don't ride them. And he said, well, why not? And I thought, oh, he doesn't know. So I've actually started looking at motorcycles again. But the motorcycle I rode, like I rode my 2 favorite motorcycles I've ever owned were my Harley Davidson Street Bob. It was a 2006 Street Bob. Fantastic bike. I mean, it just kind of sucked because it was a Harley, but it's a Harley, so you have to ride it. And my Victory Vegas 8 Ball was that's the best motorcycle I've ever ridden in my life. I love that thing. And it sucked that was the one that died in my motorcycle accident when I broke both of my arms. But what I would like now is one of the Harley Davidson 1200 Sportsters. Because I like the Sportster body style. I like the way it looks, but the 883 Sportster is a little small for me because I'm just a big fat guy. But like the Sportster 1200s would be a good bike. All right. Motorcycle chat, done. Have you seen Teguki? I already read that one. Faith Diamond, have you looked into the SS Eastland sinking in the Chicago River, highest loss of life disaster on the Great Lakes? Faith Diamond, and as a matter of fact, I have. That was last Monday's Maritime Monday stream. So go back into my past videos and look at the SS Eastland. That was last Monday's Maritime Monday. And we did that because YouTube channel Ask a Mortician, she did a amazingly beautiful documentary on the SS Eastland, and she got a terms of service strike because they decided it had no educational value whatsoever and no educational intent whatsoever, and had excessive gore and whatnot, none of which was true. So we talked about the SS Eastland and reviewed her video on YouTube specifically to give her some support. So the SS Eastland sinking was last week on my Maritime Monday stream. Go back and watch that. It was a great stream. I really, really enjoyed doing it. So, yep, we've done that one just last week. Flux. Oh, God. What are you going to say, Flux? Mocha Dick. You like saying Mocha Dick, don't you? This is like the 3rd Mocha Dick chat you've sent. Mocha Dick and Box Forts. Today is a shit day, fuck day, twat day. What do you? Funny, weird, horrific. You pick the adjective. Brooks is a weenie. Yes, he is. Just a map hanging on the wall says, I know how you feel. Now explain to the people how you shower with 2 broken arms. Fun times. Well, luckily my broken arms didn't require casts. I mean, if you can say there's a good thing about having 2 broken arms, it was they were just so horrifically broken that I didn't need casts. My left wrist, you can still see the scar running right there. That's the scar. My wrist essentially. All right, let's see how can we one of these days I'll have to bring up the what the hell do you call them? X-rays. My hand should be flat like this, but it broke right on the growth plate. So where your wrist sits on the arm bones, it was kind of pushed back here. So my arm kind of was shaped like a Z. So I have a gigantic triangle steel plate in this wrist, which fixes it into position. So I never had a cast on this arm. And you can see the surgery scar there. So there was no need for a cast on here because it was fused with a steel plate. And on my arm here, that's the arm. That's my shoulder scar there. And it was a torsion fracture, which is basically if you took a dry chicken bone and you twist it and it just shatters. That's kind of what it did. So my whole arm was just full of like bone shards and whatnot. And, you know, usually they put like a steel plate and a few screws in it to fix it in place. My right arm was so fucked up. They had to put a steel plate on each side. So I had some massive, I can't remember. I think they had like a total of about 16 screws and 2 plates in my arm to hold it in place. And so because it was all just fused with plates, I didn't need I didn't need any casts. So yeah. Well, I mean, what happened? I mean, that was a shitty accident. What happened was, I mean, I had ape hanger handlebars, so they sat like right about here when I was riding. And I was riding down a road. I was going to pick up my son, actually. Yeah, it was a Saturday morning, and I was going to pick up my son. He was gonna hang out for the weekend. And I was driving. I drove up over this hill. There's this tiny little hill in the road, and it's a road I drove hundreds of times. But I was on my way to pick up my son. I drove over this little rise, and what I saw next just freaked me the fuck out because there was nothing I could do. There was a delivery van. It was a 4-lane highway, 2 lanes going each direction. And I was in the far right lane driving down the road, and there was a gas station with a delivery truck parked near the entrance. And this delivery truck driver, and there was a crosswalk and a street light. The street light was green and there was a crosswalk. So this guy that was parked on the far right side of the road decides he's going to do this illegal U-turn across 4 lanes of traffic through a crosswalk against a green light while talking on his fucking phone. The last thing I remember before the accident was seeing him talking on his phone. So he does this illegal U-turn through 4 lanes of traffic across a crosswalk against a green light, talking on his cell phone. And as I'm coming up this way, he's doing this U-turn. He cuts in front of me and he looks to his right and sees another car coming the other direction. So he does this U-turn, sees the car coming and stops. And I just T-boned him. Like I said, the last thing I remember seeing was him talking on his phone. And then me thinking, I'm going to hit the side of his truck. How much can I slow down before I hit him? The answer was clearly not enough. Because like I said, my arms were here. And then I hit him. And then just my arms just went, and I broke both of my arms. Flipped over into oncoming traffic, and thank fuck I wasn't hit by an oncoming car. But I remember the absolute weirdest experience of my life. Oh, you're fucking right, I sued, but we can talk about that in a minute. I remember laying on the ground, and there was the weirdest feeling I've ever felt in my life. The first thing I knew my left wrist was broken because I had the exact same break when I was in middle school. I mean, I just looked at it and I saw it and said, okay, that's broken. But thank Christ, like when my left wrist broke, it pinched the nerve, so it didn't hurt. There was no pain because the way it separated, the way the growth plate from the wrist separated from the main, the other two arm bones was it just pinched the nerve, so it didn't hurt. And when my right arm shattered, and that's what it did, it shattered. It bruised, it damaged the nerve. So basically, for almost a year, I felt nothing from mid bicep down my hand. This was totally paralyzed, and I didn't feel a damn thing. So I had no pain from the accident at all. Thank Christ for that. But I remember looking at I lifted up my hand, looked at my wrist, and went, okay, that's broken. That's exactly the same injury that I got in middle school when I was wrestling. But my right arm, I tried to move it and it didn't move. I don't know how to describe this feeling, because I could clearly feel my arm laying on the dirt. I couldn't feel the pain, but I felt the pressure of the road on my arm. But because of the way it was broken, it felt like my arm was pointing straight up into the sky. So it felt like I was pointing at the air, but I could feel my hand actually laying on the ground. It was the weirdest feeling, and I've never felt anything like that in my life, and I don't ever want to feel anything like that again. Oh, I've got a bunch of x-rays from this accident. I've got like some DVDs, some CT scans, and all kinds of cool stuff. But yeah, that was like so weird to feel your arm laying on the ground, but it also at the same time felt like it was pointing up directly at the sky. That was so weird. Somebody have to tell like the whole, because it was a week long absolute weird experience with that to get surgery. But I did sue. Unfortunately, Korea does not have these punitive damages. I figure if I would have had this same accident in America, I'd be fucking rich. I mean, it would have been at least a 7-figure. It would have been at least $1 million settlement, quite possibly $2 to $3 million. But in Korea, they don't have these punitive damages. At the end of the day, I got $40,000 out of it. That's it. I got 40 grand. Because like punitive damages, you can get tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars in certain cases. But in Korea, like basically if you die, you get about $80,000 for pain and suffering. There aren't these huge pain and suffering awards. So steel arms. No, the plate, I've had both of the plates removed from my right arm, but the triangle plate in my left wrist, that'll be there forever. But yeah, so basically I walked away with $40,000 from this horrific accident, which essentially bought me my car because I couldn't ride motorcycles at that point. So there you go. There's a little bit of Legal Vice's motorcycle story for you. That was the last accident before my boss threatened to fire me if I ever rode a motorcycle again. But as I said, I think he's forgotten about it. So I'm starting to price motorcycles again. So, hey, send me lots of super chats. Buy Legal Vices a motorcycle. Then I can do motorcycle vlogging and you can watch my motorcycle trips. Send me motorcycle size money. Come on, people. You can do it. You can send up to $500 super chats at once. Oh, just kidding. Sort of. No, I would love to. You need to get a real bike like Bronco rides. Bronco rides a BMW, and like that is one bike I would love to own. I desperately wanted a 1200 BMW back in the day. I mean, they're sweet bikes. Very, very, very good bikes. Was it Z1200? I think they were. I haven't looked at BMW bikes for so long that I've forgotten what model they were, but KS 1200, I think they were called. Yeah, Brank has got a nice bike. He's got a sweet BMW. If I moved back to the States, I would get a bike like that for like long distance hauling. But Korea is so small. I mean, you can ride from diagonally from one corner to the other in 8 hours. So you don't need the bags and all this other bullshit on it. Yeah, Brank has got a nice bike. I'm kind of jealous of it. Tamara Holloway says, legal advice is I'm behind, but my only visit to Utah was to visit a friend in Logan. Who's your friend in Logan? I would like to know because I'm a Logan guy. I was born and raised in Logan, Utah. That's me. That's my peeps. So yeah, I don't know how old you are. I don't know how old your friend is, but hey, Logan's a place to be. Fatal System Error says, have you seen Return to Base? Black Eagle is a title for Black Eagle. Doesn't ring a bell. Great movie with excellent jet action, comedy, and special effects. Doesn't ring a bell. Sorry. Seaman 3 broke both arms 16 years ago, and yeah, it sucks. My wife still hasn't forgiven me for having to wipe my butt. There's a lot of things you can't do with 2 broken arms, let me tell you. Also, showers always ended in a happy ending. Love that woman for taking care of me for 8 weeks. I was more incapacitated when I broke my femur, and I was laid up in bed for 13 weeks. That sucked ass. I mean, I've never been that humiliated in my life. But yeah, I feel you. Larry Correa, pronounced like Korea, a Utah. Yeah, I know Larry Correa. I mean, I know of him. A Utah author had a story where an alternate reality version of him renamed the Koreas as Gangnam Style and Commie Jerkface Land. I know of Larry Correa. I don't know him personally. Hass Knuckles. If you watched the previous Maritime Monday stream we did just a few hours ago with the Essex, the inspiration for Moby Dick, Hans Knuckles says he is the direct descendant of the cabin boy on that vessel. I nearly machined Anna Haas off the middle finger of my right hand while in college, resulting in a fused knuckle and steel plate. Thus Haas Knuckles, I assume. Yikes. Well, my brother lived in Korea for about 6 years as well. 6-7 years he lived here. He sort of found it funny that I broke both of my arms. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Georgina Archer. Everybody, thank you so much for all the super chats coming in. My brother found it amusing that I broke both of my arms at the same time. And that like my right arm was paralyzed for nearly a year. It was like 9.5 months. I had zero feeling and zero motion in my hand. Like right now, you should be able to lift your hand like this, but I can't. This finger does not, my index finger doesn't go all the way up. And I've got about 50%, I guess about 70% feeling in this area. Other than that, I'm totally back to normal. But my brother thought it was funny that my hand was completely paralyzed and numb for almost a year. He's like, dude, you know what that means? Like, what? That means like every night you can be visited by the stranger. so that's my brother telling me I get to enjoy the stranger every night if I want. But it sucked. It really, really did suck. Angel's Envy finished rye is goat. Angel's Envy, all of their finished bourbons are fantastic. You can't go wrong with an Angel's Envy whiskey. Yeah, the stranger, hell yeah, says Mal the Miracle. Bros. Oh, Jesus. Legal Vices, how long ago was your accident? I broke my femur in 2006. That was a shitty accident. All my fault. Then I broke both of my arms. I believe it was 2010. Somewhere around there. Christine says, do you know the Lion family? I do not know the Lion family. Sorry. Did you? What you gonna do? I plead the fifth. Stranger danger. Garrett is really is. I don't know what that means. Thanks, Gunt. Wait, there was a comment here I wanted to read, but I can't remember where it went. Oh my God, Hayden, would you please hurry up? How long was your accident? We already can we discuss that? Crap. Can't find the Legal Vices. Your favorite Canadian whiskey. Okay, this is weird. My favorite Canadian whiskey is Costco's Kirkland brand Canadian whiskey. It is really, really good. I believe it's a Crown Royal. I'm not sure, but it tastes kind of Crown Royal-y. Hayden has sent me a text here saying, "What model would you be looking at to ride?" I would, if I were to get another motorcycle, it'd probably be a Harley Davidson, like the 1200 Sportster model they have out. I'm just kind of kicking around now. I haven't looked in detail at all of the models, but I like the strip down. I don't need all the saddlebags and all the, the radios and the big fairings and bullshit. I ride to ride. I don't ride to fucking fashion boy, pussy around. Like, ooh, look at me. I have a motorcycle. I ride to ride. I don't ride to look good. I don't ride to fit into the fucking crowd. The purpose of a motorcycle is to fucking ride and to get from point A to point B, not to fashion Bobby, disco Bobby, fuck around with things. I'm the old school biker type. Hayden needs the link, mate. Yeah. Hayden, why are you not joining my stream? Get here on my stream, damn it. Because when you're on my stream, you can talk and I can look up fucking links. God damn it. Get over here and help me out here. I'm dying on the vine here. I have been streaming for 4.5 hours all by myself with zero support. So get on my stream, damn it. Need anyone on the back of that Harley with you, Legal Vices? Seems how your name is spelled with an I, Tony, I will assume you're a woman. So yes, you are welcome. If it's a dude, Tony, sorry, no men riding bitch on the back of my bike. Only real bitches ride bitch. I just bought the Kirkland whiskey. Yeah, exactly. Here in Korea, it's about $30. The Kirkland Canadian whiskey is really, really good. What did you think of Shin Godzilla? Shin Godzilla was awesome. That was great. Oh, what? No, I sent you. Hayden says I need the link. No, shit. I thought I thought he was talking about motorcycle links. He's talking about regular links. Oh, that's funny. I thought I resent that to you. I guess I didn't. Whoa, let me see here. Let's invite Hayden to the stream. Oh, for God's sake, I need a drink of something. All right. Sorry, Hayden. Here you come. Boom. That should be the right one. Susan Johnson, thank you so much for the super chat. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Here's a question. From Dion, did you go to Logan High? Husband graduated in 83. His dad, Richard Thomas, was city councilman. Yeah, we know the Thomas Jeweler Thomases. And I went to Mountain Crest High School. My son went to Logan High, and I graduated in 87. And here's Hayden. Good morning, Hayden. Welcome. You're muted, boomer bitch. Boomer. No. We're just tormenting you. I don't know what the fuck. We can all lip read. Sort yourself out, Hayden. Oh, there you go.
I'm not. I've got to work out why it's not working. I'm not doing another 5 hours of this bullshit.
There you go. There you go. You seem to be on some sort of voice activated system.
Right. Why?
Because we can hear you. You seem to be okay now.
Fucking hell.
Wombat.
I'll take that from a Dean Winchester. Why not?
How you doing? Good morning to you.
Yeah.
It's almost 5
quarter to 5 in
a.m.
the morning. How the hell have you made it through this? Well done, though.
Dude. Well, I mean, I don't know if you're up to speed, but basically what happened is he got in a fight with the judge for 3 hours.
Of course he did. So was this jury instructions, or have they not even made it at the conference yet?
It was supposed to be his closing arguments. Not his closing argument. His own testimony and / or his mother's. His mother didn't show up. I don't know if he called her or what,
Shock
but
horror.
there was no mother testimony. Then she repeatedly asked him for the last time, about 800,000 last times, whether he was going to give any testimony on his own behalf. He never answered her, so she declared that the defense had rested. She just shut him the fuck down about 2 hours later than she should have. Again, it was just the typical her going way overboard to suck his dick and make sure that there were no grounds for appeal. But it was so drawn out, so unnecessary. All she had to do was just lay down the fucking law and say, this is it. Answer yes or no, motherfucker, and we'll move on. You didn't answer, fine, done. Not give him 43 last chances. And then I have to get this on the record. And then she would just ramble for 15, 20 minutes about things she had to get on the record, which she really didn't have to get on the record. They brought the jury in for 2 minutes to tell the jury that they don't have to be there for the rest of the day. They're going to do the jury instructions, and closing arguments will start tomorrow. So
Yay.
they went through about an hour of jury instructions, which was just a good excuse to read super chats. Oh, it's been rough, man.
So I've got a riveting afternoon ahead of me. Fucking-tastic. Okay.
Yeah. Good for you.
Well, I'm sure I can find some way to keep people entertained.
I don't envy you at all. We got a few quick super chats to burn through here. Trying to move out of Tooele, done with Utah. Well, if you're in Tooele, Utah, you're in the fucking sticks. Tooele is out where Dugway Proving Grounds is. Dugway Proving Grounds is where all of the really, really nasty chemical shits and viral shits that the CDC wants nothing to do with are put. The streets of Tooele are literally lined with like air raid type sirens in case there's a release of some virus or chemical or some other bullshit from the Dugway Proving Grounds. And every 10, 15 years or so, there's always like a mysterious mass die out of sheep. Yes, Tooele is kind of a shithole. Yeah, it's not a fun place to be. Jensen, so just to be clear, on October 31st, Halloween, you were doing sea shanties. Following week is Ghost Ship. Yeah, I think I probably need to readjust my priorities, but I want to do sea shanties. But we'll probably do Ghost Ships and then sea shanties the next week. We talked about cannibalism today, so yeah.
All right, I just want to check. Is that coming through?
Yep, you're perfect.
Okay, thank fuck. Okay, I think we got that sorted out.
I
was not going to make it without.
Tell me your blood type. What are you, like some sort of vampire bullshit there? I'm
a few times in the chat. What the hell?
I'm A+. Yeah, I'm.
Well, there you go. Like at least if we get into an accident, we can save each other. Fuck.
Oh yeah. But my wife was B, so I'm like, my son is AB positive, so poor bastard. I keep encouraging him to go put up his own blood in a blood bank, but he won't listen to me. Ron says, I ride a 1942 Harley. Wow. That cannot be comfortable to ride, man. Those are the hardtails, right? Ugh. Spinal shock there, man. Ouch. But sweet on you. Just a map, nailed to the wall. Get Gaiden on here before you toss the stream over to him, which empirically proves you want to toss his salad, but that's aside. Thanks for the $5.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion,
Haas Knuckles,
man.
check your email. I will check my email. Carrie, give us your blood type. I just did. Thank you so much for that. Again, A+.
John D's blood type is Tiger.
Just like my GPA never was. Reformed convict, glad to see you know how to push print part 1. I don't even know what that means, but thanks for the $2. not a party loyalist. I like how I like the kind of the time you need to sort of decipher the IDs. Hubs was hit by 2 deer on a bike 5 years apart. I actually hit a deer once, and I have it on video somewhere. I just can't find the video. I was on my bike, and like Korea has like these little mini deers that stand up like about 2 feet tall, like about 30 centimeters tall. And I hit one of those fuckers in the middle of the night on a dark road. I have no idea how I stayed up and I'm still alive. Broke the deer's neck, and it kind of sucked for the poor deer, but that was a fucking wild accident. Yeah, so I haven't hit a full on American sized deer, just hit like little mini Korean deers. Don Booze,
Everything
remember
in
2
Asia's
months as
smaller.
wanker. Spun his ankle and wrist, 4 surgeries with the first. Second one needed facial reconstruction. Christ. I asked you not ride until my youngest turns 18. Well, see, I think like my first accident when I shattered my femur was kind of the beginning of the end of my marriage. Like seriously, because my wife was way more traumatized by my motorcycle accident than I was.
Well, see, I used to ride mine I used to ride mine between my hometown and work, which was about hour and a half away. So doing 100 kilometers an hour, so 60 miles for for a round trip each way.
Beautiful.
The only accident that I ever had, I had very close calls, but the only accident that I technically ever had, and I don't class it as an accident, I class it as a crime, was when I was run off the road by a semi-trailer truck.
That happens. Well, it's like they said, there's like 2 kinds of motorcyclists: those that have had accidents and those that will have accidents. I mean, that's a thing, you know.
Well, what do they say? We're all the average life expectancy of a motorcyclist is like 48. So if you make it past that, you're living on borrowed time.
Yeah. Oh no. People here are mentioning, and I forgot to mention this. Yeah, Techstar, your oldest YouTube videos are you in the hospital bed when you broke your femur. Damn, you're an OG content creator, not like that youngster Nick or Kate. Yeah, there's like 16 years ago. I've got videos like way back from the day when it was my motorcycle accident. I've got a couple of old riding videos and shit back when vlogs were first starting out. I was like part of the original vlog thing, but YouTube didn't even have monetization back then, so fuck them. That was back in the motorcycle days. So if you go back to my videos and go all the way to the fucking bottom, there's like pictures of me laying in bed, in the hospital bed, like hours after I shattered my femur, even before it was set. And then after the surgery and whatnot. I forgot about those. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Oh, we got a couple more super chats here. Flux. Oh, we'll get to you in a second here. Hunch the Dirty Roofer, which is still one of my favorite IDs. I don't even know what it means, but Hunch the Dirty Roofer. Says Vices, when you get your new bike, get a sidecar for Hayden as well. A la Jack Nicholson and Easy Rider.
Classy.
Indian. Easy Rider is great. Flux. Hey, we have been here with you. You're not alone. Mocha Dick. Stop saying Mocha Dick, Flux. The love of God. Legal Lawful Falafel says Fort Brooks is on shaky grounds. Yeah, we had fun doing. He built him this fort out of boxes.
Oh,
he has his 3 evidence boxes. Yeah, he put them he made like this giant little box pyramid in front of his computer monitor, and he hid behind it. And the bailiffs, including Bailiff Tackleberry, like physically removed his box fort 2 times. So we've been making Fort Apache, the Bronx, and Escape from New York comments all night long. Right. Mocha Dick is the name of Flux's strap-on. I hope so. Aaron, the WLA is a hardball. Yeah, but the spring under the seat rides plenty. No spinal. The spring under the seat is like this big, and it's 100 years old. Well, 80 years old. How the hell much padding can that give you? Seriously, those old, solid frame hardtail riders. God, I can't do it. What I'd love is like a good Springer front end, but anyway. Matthew Self, thank you so much for the super chat. I've had 2 motorcycle accidents. First, high-sided after a tank slap on an 848 Ducati. Second rear-ended a car that slammed on his brakes on a 750 GXer. I'm not sure I'm ready for the third strike. Walked away from each with just road rash and bruises. I've only owned one racer style crotch rocket rice burner, as we racistly called them back in the day, bike, and that was when the Ninja ZX10 first came out. I bought one of the first ones in my hometown. I owned it for 2 weeks, and it scared the shit out of me. You kind of want to break it in a little bit before you get the engine up to speed, sort of break in the engine a bit. And I rode it from my house to break it in. I rode it from my house in northern Utah to Los Angeles and then back again. So it's like 1,500 miles round trip.
Yep.
It was right. It was floating perfect. I mean, it was just gliding along the road, perfectly gripping the highway, and just the most beautiful, beautiful Zen meditating ride at 90 miles an hour. And it's just scared the shit out of me. I don't need to go 0 to 60 in 2 seconds ever. And I know myself, and I realized I will die if I hang on to this bike. And so I sold it after like 2 weeks. I basically rode it to California and back and sold it. Court's back.
Yep. All right. So I'm starting up the stream on the other side, guys, so Jeff can actually get some sleep. And then where's the? I'm not going to even bother with the opener. I don't think.
Wait, what are you doing here? We'll bring this up. They're not doing anything just yet.
Yeah. No. I just got people in the background whinging at me.
There's no audio. They're just kind of hanging on here. Could Judge explain herself in a reversible error? No, I don't think she can. No, she's just being overly cautious. I mean, there's not going to be any error. Holy crap! Korean deer have fangs. Do people hunt them? Yeah, they do. They kind of hunt them, but they're sort of. I don't think they're endangered, but just only a few people hunt them. Hunting's not a big thing.
Yeah.
Scrolling up. I don't know. AA Ron again. Okay, we already read that one. Flux. Mocha Dick. Stop it. You can't tell me what to do. I don't know why I find it so funny. I do, because you're a degenerate, Flux. To be Flair. Thank you so much. This morning was a total shit show. Did you see it at Just Dawn? Brooks was ridiculous. Such a child and embarrassment to humanity. Yeah, we streamed it from the beginning. I saw it right here. I hope he finds some empathy and compassion. I know, tall order. And now Hayden has to deal with this shit for the rest of his stream. Ha 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 ha. AA around the spring is 2 feet long. Damn. And the spring is new, as I just finished restoring the bike last year. That's a big ass spring. All right. I guess I'll give you some shocks. All right. It sounds like an awesome bike. Oh, who's dressed like a cow back there? It's like cow print.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Ozzy understands the assignment. Brooks changed his clothes. He did. He changed his clothes. Tackleberry's bricked up. Oh, he's back in the main courtroom again. That's good.
Oh, Tina, who gives a shit if he's pissed?
Yeah. Oh, he's pissed. I hope he's pissed.
Not a map. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. It's only just about to go 5 in the morning for me, so still slightly too early for mimosas. If he pisses me off enough, though, I will hit the whiskey.
I hit it. So are you up and running?
Yeah, I'm up and running. Although I'm not quite sure why the stream keeps tracking out. Might need to drop the quality on it for a second.
I will go and adjust myself to dump into you. That sounds perverted, but whatever.
Okay, I think Rumble should be up as well for anyone that would prefer to watch on there. Yep, Rumble's up, so I'll drop that in the chat as well.
So does Rumble just automatically copy your YouTube thing? Because I haven't looked at Rumble at all. I've linked up
with StreamYard. With StreamYard, you've got to set it up the same way you would every other bloody way. So you got to do the custom RTMP every single time for every video. And then
For YouTube and Rumble. Rumble just doesn't pick up your YouTube.
Oh,
And
no.
go, you're linked to me. So
YouTube does it automatically. So setting it up with through StreamYard, YouTube does it automatically. Each time there's extra steps you got to do for Rumble.
I'll have to figure that shit out. Well, our Darrell Brooks stream has already been limited for monetization, so
there's a
you,
shocker.
YouTube.
I've chucked the Rumble video in the chat because I can't post it. But at least that's going there.
Redirect. Aussie Overlord, that must be you. And save.
Fingers crossed. Alright, so yeah, so Brooks definitely has sound. I just need to. Alright, so I'll add myself to the regular stream. Just to make sure that people can actually hear me. If everyone over on
There's no sound on it. There's no sound from the court right now. If you can hear Aussie on Aussie's stream, that's working. The court has no sound right now.
Yay for sound. Okay, so they've got me talking, so that's fine then.
Okay,
that's the main thing.
Yeah. There's no talking on the court, and as soon as the court starts talking, I'm gonna go to sleep. It's 3 a.m. here, so hurry up, court. Start talking. Did you get some sleep, Hayden?
Yeah, thankfully. It's one of the good things about having a 4-year-old. I can go to bed at the same time she does, and then not have to worry about waking up until she does. So, which has been good. She's usually a pretty light sleeper, but thankfully I've been able to sort of just keep it going. Thank God for that. No, guys, there is currently no court sound, okay? I will let you know as soon as there's anything. Although I probably should just full screen that so that you don't have to look at various other bits and pieces of crap.
Hayden, what's your channel name? Aussie Overlord. But we'll dump in there. You'll be dumped in there automatically here when I wrap this up and he takes over in his grand style.
Grand style.
Just good luck getting through this goddamn day, I tell you. And they're just going to repeat it tomorrow when they have to actually go through the jury instructions, because that beginning of the trial 7.5 hour preliminary instructions was brutal. That was just brutal.
Something for me to look forward to then.
But I'm really disappointed he didn't say anything in his own defense. He didn't call his mother. The two things we've been waiting for, other than his opening statements, never fucking happened. This fucking coward. He just continued to bitch about, why are my rights being infringed? How are you even a judge? And all that other bullshit.
Oh, so why aren't you even a judge? All that sort of stuff. Jesus Christ, as he does.
It's muted just because the court hasn't started yet.
Yeah, I should probably put like some background music or something on for the guys on my side, just so they know that there's actual. There we go.
How's that for background music?
Well, they can't hear it on mine, so I'm just going to put some.
Overlord in the house. Rocking. Oh, never mind. Shut the fuck up.
Jury's back. Stop. Shut up. All right, there we go.
Okay.
All right. Judge McHottie is back. I'm going to dump you all into Aussie Overlord right now. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats. Thank you for watching. Thank you for viewing. You guys are awesome. Go take care of yourself. Love you all. See you tomorrow for OJ Simpson. Love you all. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you, mods. Thank you, viewers. Hit that like and subscribe button right the fuck now before we dump into Aussie Overlord. And here we go. Until tomorrow, enjoy your legal vices. I'm out of here. Bye-bye. See ya.